Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference. We still have people filing in, but we're going to get started here. My name is Hubert Zaitchik. I run Health Wildcatters, and as you can see, I have a couple of slides to show you first, but there's a LinkedIn group, and we'll also put it in the chat feature for you to join as a networking tool. So here is the LinkedIn group, in case you didn't copy it down yet. This group sole purpose is for people who are at this conference today to connect with each other, to be able to find each other, for you to be able to see the conference speakers and connect with them if you so desire. And to fill a little bit of that void that we have at these virtual conferences where you log on, you log off, you didn't see anyone, the whole networking aspect is missing. So we're trying this to fill that in here. A little bit, let's see, did I skip over? Here we go. A little bit about the agenda. Right after me, we will have Bobby Guy welcome you. Bobby is a shareholder and a healthcare deal lawyer with Paul Sinelli, the principal sponsor of the Health Innovation Pitch Competition and also the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference. That is followed by a panel discussion on fundraising in the COVID-19 times by, I'll show you in a second, Carter Meyer, Garcia, and Adam Hall. At 10, we kick off our pitch competition, and that will take about 2 hours, and I'll go into more detail on the format of that. And at noon, we're welcoming Tobey, the author of The God Game. He's also an AI specialist. I have the book here. And talking about AI in healthcare and AR, VR. And at 1 o'clock, we will have tallied the votes from our judges, and we'll make the announcement on the winner of the pitch competition. We'll adjourn at 1:05. The LinkedIn group will continue to stay live. So just a quick picture here of our panelists that are coming on in about 10 minutes, talking about healthcare investments. Here are the 11 companies that will present today with a 6-minute presentation and a 4-minute Q&A. Oops. These are the judges today. So these are the judges that will judge the pitch competition, will ask questions either in person or submit questions to me as the moderator and share with you, the audience, and the contestants. And then finishing up with Tobey at noon, our keynote, and closing at 1:05 with the announcements. As always, as Health Wildcatters, we owe our gratitude to all these sponsors that back Health Wildcatters and the things we do in the community. As you can see, Paul Sinelli among that group. A little bit about Health Wildcatters. Health Wildcatters is a national ranked healthcare accelerator in Dallas, Texas. We have to date 68 portfolio companies that have raised $70 million. It's probably closer to 100 now, but we're getting those numbers in once a year. We organize educational breakfasts, lunch series, hackathons, support other health innovation groups here in the region, and have attracted startups from over 20 states. We are actually open right now for our fall cohort. So if you are interested or know somebody who's interested in joining a healthcare accelerator, that's the link. You can find it easily on our webpage as well. And the cohort starts in the fall of 2020. There'll be a heavy virtual component, of course, to that. In these times, it's hard to talk about space, but anyone who's been to our facility knows that we actually have a COVID, I don't want to say compliant, but a very much spaced, generously spaced co-working space here with 25 individual offices. So as a startup, you can have a real address, a real office that is contained. Turns out that might come in handy now as we reopen gently. Even our desks, as you can see in the picture here on the left, are quite well spaced apart and might turn out to be a good solution for the soft openings we're expecting. We also have a podcast we started in this year in 2020. You can find more information on our website. We publish a new episode every other Wednesday, and those have to do with healthcare innovation, general startup topics, and startups. A couple of housekeeping items. Use the Zoom chat for questions. If you haven't discovered it, that's the bottom. The moderator will pick from these questions and use them for the panel, anything you might want to ask, other things that come to mind, and we will use that feature. This event will be recorded. We encourage you to share your experience today on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. I know it's not as exciting to just take a picture of yourself in front of the screen, but spread the word. It's an event we've had for many years, and the pitch competition for 5 years now. And so we'd appreciate your support in that and spreading the word. We will continue to have this hopefully next year in person again. And you can always learn more about Health Wildcatters on our webpage. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Bobby Guy, shareholder at Polsinelli stationed in Nashville, and also the chairman of the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference, as well as a healthcare deal lawyer. So Bobby, I'm gonna kick it over to you.
Hubert, thanks very much. So welcome everyone to the 13th Annual Healthcare Dealmakers Conference. 2020 is a big year, and wow, what a year it has been. Lucky 13, I think, for the conference on this. So I'm Bobby Guy from Polsinelli. It's our pleasure to have you with us for what we refer to as the digital experience this year. Now, I don't know if everybody can see it, but next to me on the screen is a picture of Hubert doing this, right? He's there with a big smile. I should have gotten like a Dwight photo or something for me when I'm not talking, but it would have been good. All right. So here's the background on the conference. The conference is 2 days. Day one is MedVentures, powered by the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference. Today will be led by Hubert and Health Wildcatters. Very exciting to see innovation leadership in the midst of the pandemic that we're dealing with in this country. We'll have the pitch competition. We'll have the innovation keynote. Day two, tomorrow, is our M&A content day, and we will have 5 short, snappy panels between 10 and 2 o'clock Central Time tomorrow, and an economic keynote. We are a digital experience throughout the year, this year. So we will have, we will do a live podcast in June. We will do the healthcare dealmakers market updates, half-an-hour webinars multiple times throughout the year. Our original keynotes, who are 2 of the leaders from Mercy Health and Ensemble Healthcare, will do a fireside chat for our keynote here later in the summer. We will have events then throughout the rest of the year, including potentially some networking events in different cities in the fall. And then we have launched the 10-minute Health Bizcast, healthbizcast.net, B-I-Z, healthbizcast.net, which is about exploring ways to make healthcare better. Season 1 has been launched, and 5 of the episodes are available now, with more coming over the next few weeks. This is a time of crisis. And in the midst of crisis, the answer is that it's always about leadership. Everyone here is a leader in healthcare or in innovation and in finance. And your career has been preparing you to lead in such a time as this, and your contribution here is critical. Thank you for being here. Be encouraged, go forth and lead, make a difference, and let's change our world. Now I'll hand it back to Hubert. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bobby. And I will bring on the next slide. So I'm welcoming now, and please unmute yourself, J.R. Garcia from Green Park and Golf Ventures, Carter Meyer from Scientific Health Development, and Adam Hall from Polsinelli. I'll unshare this. Here we go. Okay, can everyone see each other? Okay, great. Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us this morning, and hopefully you joined the LinkedIn group in the last 10 minutes so that people can find you as well. I want to start off with just introductory remarks by each of you. Each of you have a unique insight into the market. GR, of course, family office style, a smaller venture capital firm here in Dallas. Carter, 20 years, is it 20 years scientific health development has been around?
It's been about 14, 15.
14, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, very experienced in the market, and Adam co-chairing the venture practice at Polsinelli with the largest footprint in healthcare and venture. So maybe we'll start with you, JR, and give us a couple of your observations. And again, what we're talking about today is a healthcare investment, and of course, there's no way to ignore the current times. I will say this, this morning, funny enough, this was the headline this morning, or was a headline this morning in the Dallas Morning News. Dallas startups enjoy gold rush of funding. It is probably not the way I would have put it, but there's some data behind showing that in the last 10 years, the middle of the country has caught up with venture funding. This article specifically refers to the last 10 years. I do know of a bunch of startups that have gotten significant funding in the last year, last few months. But then again, times are different every month right now, and we're all waiting to come back to see what the new normal will be. So let's start off with you, GR, if you don't mind.
Yeah, happy to do so, and good morning, everybody. I like that headline. It's nice. It's some optimism there for Dallas, so it's nice to see that. But notice some smiles here by the other panelists, and you know, it's interesting. Just this morning on Axios Pro Rata, they had some kind of data that came out, and generally kind of tracked a typical week in February, typical week in April, and kind of the first week of May. And the headline numbers were, number of deals getting done in the venture space were down by about 50, from about 200 to 150, and from about 2.5 billion to about 2 billion. So those are some of the numbers that are coming in, week by week. I would say, as Hubert said, GPG Ventures is kind of a family office, syndication kind of builder. We do manage a small fund as well. So we have a few data points, ourselves over the past, 3 months, and we've done a couple new deals, done a couple of follow-ons. People are being more conservative, for sure out there, and just kind of being cautious, but deals are getting done. So, that's some of the quick viewpoints and kind of headlines I'd like to share with this morning as we get kicked off here.
Okay. Maybe let's follow on with Carter.
Sure. So I guess I'm seeing it from all angles. We have a portfolio of probably 15 or 20 active companies. We had one really crucial big funding pending from President's Day to March 17th. It did get done. So we're seeing things that were kind of in the queue then that still got done and the terms weren't adjusted, which was great. The things in our portfolio that need funding are getting it all through different various measures. And, I hear other people say, and it seems like that to me, I was cutting my teeth in 2008, but this doesn't feel like 2008. People are still, more positive and constructive. And fortunately, this is a healthcare crisis and there are some good solutions, and healthcare has a little bit of a halo status for right now. So it's not too bad. I think building relationships with entrepreneurs over Zoom is a little harder, and that'll slow things down. But on the positive, there's less travel people are doing, and less internal meetings and just silly meetings and all sorts of things that just slow down deal process. So things are moving quicker from that standpoint. So those are kind of big picture things that I'm thinking of.
Okay, thank you. And Adam?
So I think the first thing we were seeing through most of the spring was just the downside of uncertainty. I mean, I think everybody thinks when there's chaos, there's profit, but there's also when there's chaos, nobody wants to move anything because they don't want to look stupid when the chaos ends. And most of our fund clients, and I mostly represent on the fund side, while optically are open for business, they have largely been sitting on their hands since March because they don't want to look dumb and they're not sure if the valuations are right anymore. But what we also noticed, and this is just in the last last 10 days, we've had 3 new LOIs come in for large funds who are saying, no matter what the economy looks like right now, we have to deploy capital. So we need to find companies that we can invest in. The way they're looking seems to be a little different right now, but we're starting to see a little more movement again. And the really nice thing we're seeing, I think, particularly for early stage companies, is what we saw in 2008 was a lot of funds get predatory, and they'd be in the middle of a deal and the economy changed and they said, well, we're not going to pay that pre-money valuation anymore, even though they already run their LOI. Well, it's different today. We're going to need to reset. We're not seeing that, at least with the sophisticated funds, because everyone seems to be thinking the reputational damage for taking advantage of this period of time is going to be more harmful than the upside of getting a better valuation. So we're consistently seeing funds look at that issue and elect not to beat up the companies they're already talking about investing in. But this is still a weird time. I think one of the things that happened over the last few months is everyone realized no one at the funds knows what's going on either. There are no oracles right now, and anybody who tells you they know what's going to happen next is talking out the rear end, and that's just the way it is right now.
Thank you, Adam. I think that's a really, really important point because I've been thinking about this as well. I was around at 08, and saw what happened there, and it seemed definitely a time at which almost every startup was hammered. I don't see that right now. We have 4 startups that have raised or are finishing $500,000 to $2 million rounds right now, March, April. Of course, they were initiated pre-COVID. That means the due diligence would have taken place, and the tail was in the COVID time still. In previous times, I would have seen that all become a screeching halt. So what I think you are observing, Adam, and I'm just spinning this out for everyone, is it feels different in a lot of ways. This really feels more like a war. Not that I have experienced one, so I've been lucky, but a national crisis that would make it really hard for you to be perceived as the person taking advantage of the situation. Whereas in a financial crisis or a banking crisis or mortgage crisis, it seemed differently because it was all about money. This isn't about money. I mean, ultimately it is, don't get me wrong, but it isn't as far as the crisis goes. It's about a healthcare crisis that touches all of us. So I think you're spot on there with not wanting to be perceived. And the only way I can relate this to a wartime would be the perception of profiteering, which would be very, very poorly. You would be very much looked down upon if you were caught doing that. And there has been some of that going on with masks and so forth. But I feel it feels differently, and I'm glad you're seeing that because that's my perception as well, and I hope it'll hold. I'm sure it won't hold in all cases, but established firms, they're not gonna. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not gonna try to get 10% off and then have no reputation after that.
I think you've drawn an important line there, the established firms versus dabblers. And when we're looking at sophisticated funds who are in this as a profession, we're seeing responsible long-term thinking behavior. We're also seeing dabblers, whether they're describing themselves as a fund or not, but aren't really professional investors in the VC space. Even if they have experience upstream, it's just a little different. And then we are seeing a couple of situations where they're going, okay, we're going to do your Series B as a down round. We're taking over the board. We're going to basically cram down common. And it is really hard to explain to someone who doesn't do this every day that you are killing the company when you do that. If you come in with aggressive investor-friendly terms in a down round right now and you wipe out the common, how are you going to recruit and retain and incentivize your key personnel? No one comes to work for these early stage companies because of big salaries. They need the upside incentive. And the only success we've had in getting what we sort of pejoratively refer to as dumb money to get back on board with staying in market, staying down the fairway is, yes, you are in a position to bully the company and getting great terms right now. But if you do that, you will kill the company, and you have more money to lose than anyone else. You have got to keep the founders incentivized because they're suffering more than you are right now. And not everybody's convinced of that, but I think it's a reality.
Okay, we'll see if it holds. Carter, JR, do you have any observations on that point or on the overall climate being different?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for us, none of our portfolio companies have had any predatory behavior. I always think it's pretty atrocious, and wouldn't do it myself. But yeah, I think what Adam points out is absolutely correct. That it might feel good in the short run, but you're just shooting yourself in the foot in the long run. We want teams and CEOs that are thinking like owners, not like employees. And look, I tell everybody that we invest in, I want them to do really well so they can be LPs in my next fund. Mm-hmm. And we've had that happen too. So that's my goal.
JR, anything on that?
Yeah, I would definitely, same sentiment as Carter said. I mean, we have a couple of entrepreneurs who have exited and have been investors with us. So, definitely appreciate that. And we're in it for the long haul. So, I wouldn't say it's predatory behavior, we've seen. Obviously terms are changing. Sometimes the math is changing, just extended timelines. And so just looking back, the first 5 months here, seen a few deals that were, traditionally been equity deals, priced rounds, either turn into debt, convertible note rounds, and or have, different anti-dilution protection, and or most favored nation clauses. So things like that traditionally, just the market's changing. And so, we did have one lead investor that was later stage, more of a growth, public equity kind of background come in, and they were the lead on a pretty big size round, $60 million. Had signed paperwork, and they kind of pulled and reneged on the last day. They weren't asking for things that were outrageous and predatory, but it was kind of shifting that way. But they had that background and weren't probably the true venture investors Adam and Carter was talking about. So just a little more, color around, what we're seeing, but by and large, I think people are, treating it, differently than, a financial crash, like 08. So, but that's just, things that we're seeing, and, that's an end of 3 deals, in the past kind of couple months, and things that are, different than they have been previously.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. And I certainly don't think that, it will hold in all cases, but I think a differentiation drawn between professional investors who are in it for the long run, who have possibly learned the lesson of cramming down onto someone and then burning out because people don't agree with them or don't want to deal with them anymore. We too have had entrepreneurs invest in our funds, and so that's definitely born through trust and reliance on integrity. That's very important. And I think for startups, it's important to do something that's very hard to do, and that is just like you are being scrutinized with due diligence, pick your investors as well. If you have good quality, high integrity investors on board that you trust, that you're comfortable with, a predator or a lesser reputable firm is gonna already know that they don't wanna, everyone that's in the deal room sees the true face of that new investor. And so that's a way to spook them a little bit. You really want to show them how you run, because those firms that are in it for the long run aren't going to want to deal with you because they can't trust or rely on you in hard times. That said, of course, as always, when money gets tight, it's harder to pick and choose, and it's never easy to raise money. So all 3 of you are in healthcare, who have strong exposure to the healthcare segment specifically, and I know all of us do investments in other things as well, but could you maybe touch on that a little bit? So we talked about it at the very beginning. Healthcare is different. It also just so happens that this crisis obviously brings healthcare into the limelight. The article this morning, again, whether it's Dallas or the middle of the country, I think overall the trend is observable, that we've seen a steady trickle of deals and investments coming towards the middle of the country, and a more reliance of investors in the middle of the country on each other, as opposed to constant reliance on coastal money. But at the same time, I probably wouldn't know enough to call it a gold rush. I think it's a continued trend, and I think when money gets tight, there's no reason it shouldn't continue, because cost structures are lower down here. But specifically in healthcare, the article points out that healthcare is doing well in the middle of the country and also in Dallas. I think Dallas's numbers are in large part due to some healthcare deals that were done here in the recent quarter. So how do you draw a differentiation between your segment, healthcare investment, and others? And do you believe that there is something to it, that this crisis is precipitated through a healthcare national crisis? Anyone, just raise your hand and go for it. Or I'll raise your hand.
All right, I'll go. Yeah, so this feels, I mean, I don't want to be premature about this, but it feels a little bit like when blockchain first came out, and then every company was a blockchain company, even if it wasn't. And it feels like right now there's this renewed focus on healthcare, but specifically healthcare that is adaptive to a new reality. So things that are telemedicine, things like that. I'm not seeing a lot of interest in Medivizor right now. That may change, but what I am seeing a lot of is anything that has to do with what we think is the new norm. And no one knows what that is, but that seems to be what our fund relationships are asking about. What are you seeing that would be able to take advantage of a situation where we stay in this weird new normal for an extended period of time? So that's one thing. The other thing is anything COVID related, obviously, has got a spotlight on it. And the USPTO just announced they're waiving fees for expedited review of patent applications that are COVID related and subject to FDA approval. So if you want the expedited process is usually several $1,000s, and now they're waiving that to get it to go faster. So there is some loosening up of the apparatus that slow those things down normally. But I think anything that is disruptive or is looking at where we think things are going to go next, particularly founders who are talking about that, who have a business model that maybe doesn't really work in the current normal, we're rapidly going, okay, how do we pivot? How do we adapt to something new? Their calls are getting returned by the funds right now because the funds don't know what's coming next. They don't know what the next thing is going to be. The only way they're going to find it out is by talking to entrepreneurs who are creating what the new next thing is. So if you're out there trying to pitch, if you can specifically direct the pitch to a fund that is trying to figure out what is the next thing, what are we going to get left out of by not investing? That's a good way to be talking to the funds right now. And in that conversation, be pointing to how nimble your team is, how up to date you are with the regs that apply to what you're doing, and how you're ready to move left or right, depending on what comes next. They want to see that agility already in place with a management team, and that isn't panicking.
Yep.
I think one of the great ironies of this situation is the two of the worst areas to invest in over the years was anti-infectives and point of care diagnostics. And those are the exact two things that we need most of right now. It's just dripping with irony.
Yeah, I agree, Adam, also on the telemedicine rush. Being pitched all the time. I mean, you all guys in the same boat. We're hearing from people who've never touched medicine on their telemedicine venture, and this is a new thing, and we're like, you got to be kidding me! This has been around forever. So what is it that's new, especially when it's a not subspecialized type of offering? And that is a typical I want to see something I see from technology specialists very often. This observe the problem, which obviously is hard to ignore right now, and say, oh, I'll just create one. Well, we all know that in healthcare, creating the solution is about 5% of the success, because then comes FDA, regulatory adoption, sales cycles, and on and on and on. So telemedicine has and is, of course, undergoing a huge boost, and especially specialized offerings within that framework that might have had a harder sell. I get what I'm observing are experiencing the benefit of the doubt. So it's always hard to get somebody to do something for the first time. Telemedicine visit is amongst those experiences. Most people would have not done it. So a large number of people are being forced to go through that process, and I think a lot of those will either for the foreseeable future continue on with that method, and others will discover the true convenience of a telemedicine visit, especially for lesser ailments or quick questions, when previously they would have scoffed at that. So I do see that there's some reality behind the hype, meaning that an enormous number of people have done the first telemedicine visit. I don't know where I saw this the other day, but I think 90% of healthcare providers have now done a telemedicine visit, whereas before the number was 20 or 30, something like that. Don't quote me on it, but it was an enormous disparity. Everyone's doing it. And it's one of these scenarios that doesn't happen very often, where literally everyone's in the same boat. You can't do visits for acne when non-essential healthcare visits are not allowed. Well, then let's do a phone call. Let's do a video call. So there are these segments. I definitely am curious to see which ones will stick. But the pitches are a bit funny sometimes when I'm currently being pitched on something that's been around forever, as if it were something new. Teladoc, the biggest telemedicine company in the world, was founded here in Dallas. Michael Gorton, the co-founder, just was on a panel here at Health Wildcatters. So this has been around many, many years. Under other observations, Carter and GR, on things that you see shifting, changing right now that may stick or may not stick. Did you believe are a legit boost for that subsegment in healthcare, as opposed to a quick hype? Your opinions. JR, maybe go first.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, and Carter mentioned, two areas that were not loved by almost everybody. Getting some love now, and I think that's going to be have a little more staying power, right? I mean, infectious disease investments, and then I also think you're going to have a federal government, not just helping people right now, but even later on, when they try and pass bills and grants and fund research, NIH and other programs like that, I think they're going to have a lot more public support and okay with that. And so I think you're going to see, research labs and universities and things like that really fuel advances in technology and healthcare and medicine, be well funded in the the near term and in the medium term, and provide a lot of opportunities for scientists and doctors and whatnot, entrepreneurs. So I think that's going to be and that's something that I hear a lot from companies as part of the pitch is like, hey, we're selling a research tool or a life science tool, and we expect this rebound and continued work in that area. So I think those two areas, as well as kind of a general feeling, is going to be here for the foreseeable future. Some of the things, and I'll kind of pivot to some other areas. Senior care. Obviously, this is hitting older Americans, particularly hard. Older people across the world, particularly hard. And so, how you take care of that segment of the population. There has been a big senior living and housing boom. That I think that's going to be kind of rethought by families, and obviously take into account their risk of living in a community like that, and then also their ability to afford communities, and so that's something I'm trying to look at right now in a big way is what's going to happen. You're always going to get funding for, pediatrics and rare diseases in kids and things like that. But I think you're going to see some shift in thinking and funding and technology around, that segment. And so we're doing a lot of outreach and education on our own, and trying to figure out, how is sentiment and how is that going to change going forward, and part of this demographics and how it's going to affect the population. So that's probably one area that we're looking into right now, and something we're looking to see how it plays out.
Carter?
I do think, just on a few anecdotal conversations with physicians, that the remote, the telehealth, I think that's going to stick a little bit. And I also think people are realizing maybe they don't need quite as much travel to get business done, and maybe a little less internal meetings. And I've seen it in our portfolio. I think the companies are working better remotely than they were in person. Things are moving quicker. So I think there may be some kind of business process improvements as well that could stick.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation too. I do a good amount of travel in the spring that kind of fell through this year. So a lot of virtual conference and other meetings instead of it. We'll see on balance what it does. My feeling right now, absent any good solutions to networking and connecting through these virtual conferences, it does not, I feel like I'm living off of prior years' attendance and connections and relationships that were new and exposure. And I do think that it's vital for startups to be able to travel and participate. Right now, obviously, everyone does whatever they can, and travel isn't one of that. I don't think we have found a really good way for the forging of connections. Our LinkedIn group is an attempt at that today. I don't pretend that that's the end all be all to that problem. I do think it needs to be solved. And as far as the type of businesses that attract investors, William Paiva from the Oklahoma Life Sciences Fund has just chimed in a second ago here on the chat, and he and I had a thread yesterday as well. Is saying that some deals are trying to remake themselves as COVID companies, and all of us have seen that too. Here comes the same company, all of a sudden we've got the solution. So stay true to your colors. Stay true to what your strengths are. Don't try to run that flag up real quick, because if I see that happening, then my first reaction is, oh, and if that's gone, you're going to run it back down and reinvent yourself again. So in some cases, it is legitimate to point out that your business could, I want to say gain, but could have less barriers to entry or an accelerated growth path because of the current situation. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I also encourage our startups to say and differentiate that their business will not be negatively impacted because this or this reason, or even potentially for a period of time or in the future, actually have a preferred status, telemedicine being one of these, for instance. But no, don't try to just grab that COVID label, run with it, and see if you can knock loose a couple more dollars. I think that the real investors aren't going to fall for it, and the money you might get is going to worry about you running up the next flag in Q4. There was a question, and I want to get to it. This was asked by Reggie. Though the markets are not reacting like we're in a financial crisis, do you feel like the market could shift in that direction as we get through Q2 and into Q3, or do you see a recurrence in Q4? So what's your assessment? How do you currently assess the situation? Are we diving through and seeing a recovery in Q3, Q4, or you're bracing yourself for recurrence of the virus in Q4 and therefore pulling back? I would say at least from our point of view, we're in the long term. I mean, we're angel investors, so we're even pre-angel, pre-seed. So even something happening in Q4 is not of consequence to us if it's a good business that creates value and solves a problem. Then we're looking at the overall healthcare system and whether you're solving a problem. So in our case, the answer would be we're going to invest in companies regardless. But the question to you as panelists, how do you not price it in, but how do you deal with that right now? And is it a factor? Or Adam, whatever you see with the funds that you're dealing with, do you feel like they're acting as if we're going to be in this type of crisis mode in November, December, or are they acting as if we're going to have figured out some things by then?
Well, I don't want to paint this with too broad of a brush because everybody's got a different perspective on it, but I have yet to talk to anybody who I think knows, and particularly if they know anything on the actual infectious disease side who thinks this is going to end really quickly. Absent some miracle vaccine or some medication that massively mitigates symptoms, this is here for a while. So to expect a V-shaped recovery seems unlikely. The funds that we're talking to are not basing their investments on a recovery that happens in the next 2 quarters. They're looking at an adaptive economy, that this may be the way we are for a while, but that doesn't mean there isn't opportunity, that there isn't economic gains to be had, but it requires that we adapt to a new norm. And what are the companies they can invest in that will facilitate that? I mean, there's a reason Microsoft is hiring like crazy right now, because there's a lot of demand for their services right now. Well, that's not a healthcare company. It's related in that they are dealing with an adaptive relationship amongst people in this country and around the world. And the companies that are doing that in healthcare are interesting companies. But again, it's about, I think what they're looking for is companies that are adapted to potential new norm. And even if COVID goes away, and I think it's a mistake to direct to your point, Hubert, any company that's saying, hey, we're addressing the COVID issue head on, that's not very interesting, because as soon as that problem is solved, your company's dead. But if you're saying we have a solution to determining whether or not someone has elevated temperatures as they walk in and out of a gym or a store, things like that, anything that is looking at, we may be afraid of these things for the long term, they're looking at those things. But I don't think anybody knows what's going on with the economy. It is strange to me that with the massive hits that the whole hospitality industry has taken, that we're not seeing worse economics than we are. So I'm a little optimistic, but I don't think I'm smart enough to interpret the tiny data set we have right now to make any predictions. But I can say the funds are investing again, because I think everyone says, if this is really bad, it's really bad no matter what we do. But if it's bad now and starts to recover over the next 12, 18 months, we want to have invested now and gotten in these companies now.
Deploy the capital and look for solutions that in healthcare, I guess the good news is most any startup will take a mighty long time. So get in now. If you dive out of it, you're 18 months into the investment at least. So I guess that's one way to see it. Carter or JR, do you have any opinions on? And again, it's about how you perceive, how you are responding to this. Are you acting as if we're diving through and everything's going to be okay in Q3, or are you expecting a resurgence in the fall of Q4, and or not necessarily you? And I agree with you, Adam. We all don't know, but at least we might be able to say what we see from others, or how others are behaving. So Carter, does it phase you at all? Is it something that goes into your calculus in investments?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you would want to be able to power through, into the second half of 2021 on the capital you have. So you're making adjustments and thinking accordingly. I have no idea if it comes back. I feel like feel like at some level, people are adapting to this and are going to get on with their life, wrongly or rightly. It's just going to happen. And so I feel like we've hit, I think, I would hope it can't get worse from where we've been, at least economically. But I'm worried about people pulling in and from a capital raising standpoint. So you kind of want to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's how we're thinking about it.
Joe, anything on that, or you're in agreement?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of going into our thought process here and trying to digest as much information and data as we can. I mean, yeah, pick your favorite shape, if it's the V shape or the W or the Nike swoosh recovery. To Adam's point, you're looking at things and how you can be adaptive, to a new normal, and carry that through people's behaviors, and just trying to think about that from many perspectives. Fundraising, for our current portfolio companies, getting them through probably an extra long timeline. I think before we tried to fund companies for 12 to 18 months, it's like, okay, can we stretch that even longer now? And if not, let's start taking some steps even earlier than we might have done before to just kind of shore that up. So yeah, who knows how this is going to play out, but it is going to be with us for a long time. And so just do the best you can and try and plan and make quick changes, as the information comes. So, I think we're having frequent calls with our 50, 55 portfolio companies, just making sure they're asking the right questions and we're sharing information across the portfolio. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think when we have seen things that hit a particular industry harder than others, then of course that means money doesn't go into financial services anymore, into banking, and now it goes here, or oil gets hit and the money goes out of oil and goes elsewhere. We're dealing with something that is really to me, the only comparable scenario is a wartime scenario. It hits everyone from coast to coast equally hard. The solutions we're creating right now on the technology side, if there's no one that has the advantage, I mean, if California were to be able to have in-person meetings and, I don't know, had not been touched by the virus, well, obviously the West Coast would benefit from this scenario, and we would see a rush towards that. But that's just not the case. Everyone's in the same boat. And one could argue to some degree that it actually equalizes things a bit, because we all have access, and technology has caught up so much. So we have all access to each other through technological means, almost at the same level. So the advantage of rubbing elbows with the next guy at the Suquino office or down in Palo Alto is still there, and I'm never going to pretend it's not. But we're on the same Zoom call a minute later, and so that one could argue that there is some equalizing taking place at that level, and we'll see if that will hold or not. But as people getting used to using these technologies I'd still much rather be in the same room with you guys and all of our attendees. But if it's not possible, then we'll get used to this, and we'll get a more comfortable chair over time and a better lighting setup, and we'll survive. Maybe that mini bar will open at 5 p.m. in our office, and we'll have to drink. Coming to think, it's a bit early, but I do have a fridge here. In any case, so this may be an opportunity actually to further equalize and create a broader access for startups and for flatten kind of that access to capital a little bit. We'll see. We're going against some pretty big trends. I would invite you to each say anything I might not have asked of you. I'm going to look if there are any more questions that we might not have addressed yet. Well, there's one question that deals with Jan Lemeshev is asking, may this may this be a bit different if states all open at different times? I don't know if that would make a big difference. Texas opens, California stays closed for another 2 months. Will that be a difference maker? Obviously, we all heard about Elon Musk claiming, he might jump ship from California and come to Texas. By the way, Elon, hi, good to see you. Thanks for joining us and join us here in Texas. But other than that, Jan, I think that's not probably, at least right now, I don't foresee a huge difference between states that would make a difference. But closing remarks, anyone? We've got 5 more minutes, so a minute each. Maybe start in the same order with Adam first.
Sure.
And
I think a big chunk of the audience is on the entrepreneur founder side of things. I just wanted to mention that they need to be prepared for diligence a little differently right now than we used to. And when we represent companies who are raising capital, we are really aggressive about, you need to diligence your company and be prepared for everything and make really robust data rooms, all that. But the questions are a little differently right now. And I'm happy to circulate, Hubert, to you the new set of diligence questions that are going in our fund side diligence questionnaire that deal with these issues specifically. But a lot of it is things like, on the logistics side of your company, are you reliant on certain supply chains? Are there single points of failure that if you have a problem in a certain country, you no longer can get key components for something you need? We're asking more and more about that. And then also, as the funds are looking at the company and they're looking at your use of proceeds for the capital raise, if it looks like you're using their money to keep yourself employed right now, they're not going to give you any money. It needs to look like you're using their capital to grow and take advantage of an opportunity. And I think we used to be a little more flexible about that than we are now, but there's a lot more pressure on that. So I think be prepared to deal with diligence questions in an honest, straightforward way about, how is your company impacted by this? How are you adapting to it? Is there a way that you can use this bad situation to gain more market share on the other side, that kind of thing. But those questions are going to come up and you need to answer them head on and honestly.
Good. Carter?
Sure. Yeah, I do. I saw this in 08, 09 is companies will figure out how to do more with less. And I believe that'll be a trend. And I would encourage anyone that's thinking of starting something to do that. There's look at what really adds value and gets you to your next place, because that's what matters. And I think when capital is more free flowing, people lose sight of that and kind of get distracted, or, buy a nicer office furniture or whatever. But that's one thing I think that probably comes out of this. You want to be able to keep the lights on longer and make progress longer on less capital. And I think that's important, and people should always strip it down as much as they can. That'd be my one observation.
Okay. JR?
Yeah, those are all good observations. I will go back. Just because we see so many pitches, we have seen probably half a dozen. A deck about 6-9 months ago that had no mention of COVID. Now it's COVID everywhere on the deck, and it kind of gets lost in the weeds there. So, from the entrepreneur angle, stay true to your value proposition. If you are out there fundraising, make some connections, but don't be overly salesy on the COVID, because that's kind of doesn't get you to the top of the stack. But no, I think be prepared for this for a while. Make decisions with the best information you have, and I think decisions are better than no decisions, especially from the top of the leadership. Obviously, no one has all the answers. You're going to get forgiven if you make bad calls, but I think we're looking for leadership to be strong and be adaptive and make quick decisions here. So if you're a CEO, founder, good luck, and be overly communicative with your employees and with the shareholders and all your stakeholders in your company.
Very good. And I will close with so to your point, JR, it almost feels like the word blockchain has been deleted, and then substitute all COVID-19 for 2020. I see that as well. So it's like the word of the year, and everyone puts it into the deck. Resist that, but at the same time address how the current situation will impact you, address how this may impact you in the long term, and figure out whether there is a potential for you to put the investor at ease on whether this will have a negative impact on your business or not. If it does, pivot and figure out a way to adapt. In the words of William Paiva, who just chimed in as well, adapt, adapt, adapt. And that's the huge ability of startups to do it quickly. So with that, we're coming to the end of this panel. Thank you, Adam Hall, Carter Meyer, Garcia, for spending your morning with us. We have 130 people listening in right now. We're switching over to our pitch competition, which will take place in the next over the next 2 hours. We have 11 startups pitching. Again, I would give the virtual round. I think there's a way to give a round of applause. If you find the button, thank you, panelists. Thank you for making yourself available. I really appreciate it. We will now bring on our first presenter. And for you guys, yeah, just mute and kill your video. And then we're going to bring on Greg Peterson with Bexson Biomedical. We're looking for him right now. We're promoting him. If you use your time to join the LinkedIn group, have we put that one in the chat yet? We'll put it in the link in the chat as well. For those who joined us late, we created a LinkedIn group for this conference. It is the networking tool that you will use to connect with your peers that are currently attending today's conference. Allows you to connect with the speakers, with the startups, with other attendees, hopefully fill in a little bit of that void of networking that is kind of hard right now on all of us who run a conference, and allow us to still connect and create connections. So this group is only exclusively open to people who join us today at this conference. And also, as another reminder, the conference and the programming today is MedVentures as part of the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference. So Healthcare Dealmakers Conference attendees that have a second day tomorrow are also joining us today. And we're ready to kick it off. So here are the rules. We're gonna bring on, we have 12 judges, which I don't have the screen up right now, but we've got 12 judges, and you'll see them pop up in a minute. And these judges are going to evaluate the 11 startups that will make 6-minute presentations, and there's a 4-minute of Q&A section right following the presentation. I will not cut you off at 6 minutes, even though I'm asking you to stay at 6 minutes or under, but I will cut you off at 6 minutes, 30 seconds. And I encourage all of our startup presenters to have a timer themselves. I have no way of giving you a hand signal because I'll mute myself and take myself out of this picture. We're kicking it off with Greg Peterson, and he's already here. So Greg, I'm gonna switch myself off, and the floor is yours. 6 minutes for your presentation. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and take it away.
Thank you so much, Hubert and Lindsay. I really want to thank the Health Wildcatters for hosting this event. Bexson Biomedical, again, my name is Greg Peterson with Bexson Biomedical. Bexson is developing a non-opioid therapy for both chronic and acute pain management. Our goal is nothing less than to move the needle on the opioid crisis. And our value proposition is that at-home use of low-dose ketamine will be a game changer for both chronic and acute pain management, and our technology can make that available. We believe that we have a company that is dramatically de-risked compared to the average biotech play. Pain management is a $66 billion a year market globally. Post-operative pain following surgery is our lead indication, and that's a $12 billion a year market in the US alone. 80% of patients who go home with a prescription for their pain following surgery are going home with a prescription for opioids. 160,000 Americans a year are getting addicted to, misusing, or abusing opioids following surgery. It is the gateway period. If you want to move the needle on the opioid crisis, provide a non-opioid therapy, for pain following surgery. And that's just what we're trying to do. Ketamine is a drug that's been around for about 50 years. It's got very well established both safety and efficacy. It is approved right now for treating depression and also for anesthesia, but it's used in the military. In fact, ketamine has replaced morphine for treating pain on the battlefield. Morphine suppresses your respiration rate, suppresses your blood pressure. Ketamine supports both of those. It is a very, very safe drug. I'm not a clinician, but it's almost impossible to overdose on it. Ketamine does have two problems, however. First one is, how do you patent something that's been around for 50 years? We believe we've solved that. Number two, it has very poor bioavailability if you take it orally. It's only about 10 or 15% bioavailable. And other routes of administration have also limitations. We believe we've solved that as well. What we're going to be doing is delivering ketamine subcutaneously using a wearable patch pump, similar to this or similar to what's on the screen there. The device you see is already FDA approved for delivering insulin to diabetes patients. They're cheap, they're minimally invasive, they're durable, they can deliver therapy for 24 hours or longer, and we're not trying to be terribly innovative in our delivery technology. We want to leverage what's already there. We've got two provisional patents, and we're actually graduating both of them to full patents this week. Our first is a use patent to deliver ketamine subcutaneously for a wide variety of both pain and mental health indications. Pain management is our focus, but we're also paying attention to mental health as maybe a downstream add-on indication. Our second patent family is specific to the proprietary formulation we created to deliver ketamine more comfortably, more safely than what's currently available. And we, in December, got that data, that 1 + 1 = 3 kind of data. So this patent we're particularly excited about in that this is novel, it definitely provides new utility, and we believe data like what we have shows its non-obviousness. We are a traditional biotech play in many ways, including our timeline. We've got FDA approval out in 2026. That said, there are multiple value inflection points in years 1 through 3 that we think could be very impactful for investors. Moreover, since a typical monetizing event might be in phase 3, maybe even in phase 2, because the safety and efficacy are so well understood, we believe there could be a monetizing event for investors much earlier in the R&D cycle than what might be typical. Our model, our revenue model, we put a lot of research into this, and it is focused on post-operative pain. We're assuming an 8 to 12% market share, which would lead to year 3 sales of $720 million to $1.4 billion. That said, it's possible when you've got a non-opioid therapy approved for pain following surgery, that there could be a mandate that a physician has to use this first. And if that medication doesn't work, okay, physician, you can prescribe an opioid for that patient. But if something like this were a frontline therapy, that 8 to 12% market share, we believe, would be very conservative. We've got a very experienced team that has deep experience developing pharmaceuticals, medical devices, combination products, and biologics, and have not just done research, but actually gotten products approved, including myself, in the US, EU, Asia Pac, and really globally. We also have just a group of scary smart scientists that we're very excited to be working with. And we are a distributed company leveraging CROs around the country and a wide variety of consultants as well, both on the clinical side as well as from a corporate perspective. Bexson Biomedical, we've done a lot of research on the right market to go after, and we believe both to move the needle on the opioid crisis and also get access to a $12 billion a year market, we're taking the right approach in going after post-operative pain. We are using a drug that has very well established both safety and efficacy. We're building upon that with our own studies. We have multiple provisional patents filed, and we've already engaged with the FDA, in fact, have orphan designation for our therapy to treat a rare disease, complex regional pain syndrome. Not our lead indication, but again, we're already engaged with the regulatory agencies. There's multiple value inflection points over the next couple of years, and again, compared to an average biotech play, this is a dramatically de-risked opportunity that we believe can have a monetized event much earlier than what might be typical, and we believe more attractive than a typical biotech play. And on top of that, because we're going after the opioid crisis and there's a military application, we've got access to non-dilutive funding. We have already applied for a $3.5 million grant with the U.S. Army, and there's a large number of grants in our future. So we also have access to, again, non-dilutive funding. Once again, I want to thank the Health Wildcatters for this opportunity. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Greg. And Greg is joining us. Are you in California right now, or?
Yes, I am.
Greg is joining us from California. We will bring our judges online here, and I'm gonna just quickly. You have this in your program, but I'm gonna introduce them as well. Harshal Broker is joining us. Harvey Castro, Michael Cope, Darshan Gandhi, Mike Harbert, Tessa Hoskin, Jan Lemeshev, Matt Lipton, Andrew Mentor, Sunny Nadolski, Liz O'Malley, and Carrie Rupp. And so we're gonna, are they, okay. Yeah, so as you can, switch your cameras on and your mics on, and we'll start with questions. And so Lindsay is bringing you on board. And one thing I want to mention here is, as we're going into the next presentation, we're going to ask you to mute yourself and kill your video for the 6-minute presentation, so the presenter can have the forum to him or herself. And then we're going to go back for the 4-minute Q&A. So Greg, don't worry, we have extra time for you, so you're still going to get your four minutes of Q&A. I'm going to ask amongst this group, just raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. So we'll start with Carrie. Carrie, you are live, and we're starting the call.
Okay, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, okay. So Greg, I'd like to understand more about the competitive landscape. So not just for other non-opioid drug solutions for postoperative pain, but other alternatives, like I know I've seen like AR, VR solutions and things where, you know, it distracts the pain or other kinds of tools. Just really understanding there's a lot of attention on this space and lots of novel new ways to address that I want to see where you fit in.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Carrie. There is a lot of innovation in this space. A majority of the innovation is happening in the OR and the ER setting. A lot of non-opioid, non-addictive opportunities. Some of those you might leave in a nerve block following surgery, things like that. IV administration of non-addictive therapies, and those are fantastic. The big gap is something you could send patients home with. There's also innovation with medical devices, whether they're spinal cord stimulators or some other external devices that have a nice niche. They grew to 1.5 billion. Spinal cord stimulators did, you know, in like a year. They're a niche. They work for a finite period of time. What you don't have is, again, something you can send home with a patient, minimally invasive. No, this may not be a pill, but it just about is. It's very easy to use. That's where the big gap is, what you can send something you can send patients home with.
Okay. Do we have another question from, here we go, Darshan Gandhi. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Great presentation, Greg. So in fact, I have used ketamine in the post-operative settings in the hospitals. One of the things that I have seen when we look at products, this is a very hyped up industry, as you know, because of all the mortality and the addictions. One of the things we have seen is that the drug itself can sometimes cause visual hallucinations. And there is a property that is being scrutinized about addiction to ketamine itself. And so you have to be very careful with how you package and how it is prescribed by the clinicians. Do you have any comments on that based on the early studies that you have done?
Thank you so much, and it's a great point. Yes, ketamine used at higher doses is effectively a psychedelic, and you're looking for that type of response when you're trying to treat depression or PTSD or some of these other mental health indications. We are definitely not that. We're talking about low dose therapy of ketamine. You're going to feel like you had a glass of wine, maybe a martini. We're assuming you're going to have the same warning label that opioids do, which is you can't drive a car while you're using this therapy. And I'm just fine with that because that's the market we're trying to replace, that we're trying to go after. It is a Schedule III drug. We know the FDA is going to want to hear from us about diversion control, about risk abuse. And we are planning a wide variety of both human factors and other studies early on in that cycle. But again, to be clear, we're talking about low dose ketamine. And so psychedelic medicine is kind of hot at the moment, and I'm a little uncomfortable lopping ourselves in with that because we are not that. We are definitely low dose therapy. You will be able to help the kids with homework, cook dinner while you're on this, is the dosing profile that we're looking at. That said, the average patient, they just had their knee replaced. They're laid up for a couple days anyway. And so we think there's gonna be a very modest impact on sort of normal life events for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got time for one more question. Let's see if any of I gotta scroll through to see if I see any raised hands. There we go, yeah. Jan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jan, yes.
Great. Question with regard to renal side effects. Ketamine has known problems with kidney disease. In low doses, I'm not as familiar with that. Can you comment on that issue?
Definitely, yes. And kidney disease and some of the other ones more with bladder toxicity. Again, we're talking about much higher doses and we're talking about repeat use. There's a lot of chronic pain indications that are huge markets that we're very excited about. We've specifically selected to go after acute postoperative pain. This is for short-term use. This is not a chronic condition that we're trying to treat. Our lead indication, our first foray with the FDA, is going to be with short-term use and acute disease. We think the FDA is going to, they don't ask for as big of a package from a safety perspective in terms of long-term safety data as they will for chronic disease. Moreover, to your point, where you do have some kidney issues, but again, more bladder toxicity, these are much higher doses, and this is repeated use. It's generally with people using it recreationally, abusing it at much higher doses for, weeks at a time, really.
Okay, we're gonna stop here. Thank you, Greg, and you can go ahead and unshare your screen. And then for all of our judges, if you would go ahead and mute your microphone and kill the camera, should be on the left lower. We are going to switch to the next presentation and bring on Jason Raminzadeh.
How do we raise our hand?
So Michael, I saw your comment. Are you on a computer or?
Computer, yes.
Okay, so you have to there's a button on the left lower corner for video and an audio. So I need to be able to see you. You see that?
I see the mute and the start video.
Okay. Well,
I don't have a video on this
Michael,
particular
sorry.
computer.
Lindsay will. She's here. Lindsay will try to get you on the phone and help you with your technical problem. So unfortunately, I can't see when you raise your hand unless your camera is on. So we're gonna move on to CryoScope Medical. Jason from New Jersey. So Jason, you got 6 minutes, and you can go ahead and, is your microphone working?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. Thank you, Hubert, and everyone in the audience today. Our company is CryoScope Medical. My name is Jason Rahimzadeh. I'm an experienced medical device engineer, and I design endoscopes. I'm joined by my colleagues and co-founders, Paul Wickern. He's a seasoned sales and marketing leader, and he's established centers of excellence for transnasal endoscopy. And I'm also joined by Elise Wisman. She's a product development engineer. She specializes in catheters, and she's done product development work for such blue chip names as Medtronic and Bausch & Lomb. We're all familiar with heartburn, acid reflux, where stomach acid leaves the stomach into the esophagus, causing irritation of the tissue. But did you know that heartburn is linked to an aggressive and deadly cancer? Acid reflux can take a healthy esophagus, which looks like this, and turn it into this. It's a condition called Barrett's esophagus, and it affects 4 million Americans, and it has an increase in risk of cancer by 50 to 100-fold. This is esophageal cancer. It's the 6th leading cause of cancer death worldwide and has an 85% mortality rate. So the thesis for CryoScope is based on 3 observable trends. First is an increase in risk factor for acid reflux, such as obesity and an aging population. The next one is the availability of around a half dozen new diagnostic modalities that are cheap, accurate, and convenient. Here we see a cytosponge from Medtronic. This allows for sampling the esophageal cells in a matter of minutes in the doctor's office. And third is the persistent trend of increasing esophageal cancer incidence. It's been going on for the last 50 years, and it's projected to continue to increase for at least out till 2030. So patients have a couple of options. First is the surgical options. They're expensive, they're invasive, and they negatively impact quality of life. There's also options for endoscopic eradication therapies like radiofrequency ablation. Here we see the BarX devices sold to Medtronic for $325 million. They use heat to destroy unwanted tissue. There's also photodynamic therapy using light and a sensitizer. You see a physician here loading the light guide through a working channel of an endoscope. And there's also cryogenic options like the TrueFreeze catheter sold to Steris Corporation or the C2 cryoballoon recently acquired by Pentax Medical. And while these options are effective, they do have major drawbacks. First, they're delivered through the working channel of an endoscope that's passed through the mouth of the patient, and this necessitates sedation to avoid gagging, retching, and vomiting. And second, they're not very cost effective. At nearly $25,000 for therapy, they're only cost effective for the most advanced cancers and precancerous conditions. CryoScope will offer a new option. By passing through the nose and over the soft palate using an ultra-thin endoscope, we avoid the gag reflex and the need for sedation. This is an established endoscopic approach used by ENT doctors for decades. We believe that ENTs will be very comfortable with our technology, as well as thoracic and general surgeons and gastroenterologists who see a lot of esophageal disease. We're going to leverage the deep freeze of liquid nitrogen cryotherapy in a disposable cryogen delivery endoscope. And our regulatory path will be a 510K based on the predicate of the TrueFreeze catheter, which was shown earlier. Now the therapy can be delivered in the office-based practice without the need for hospital overhead, anesthesia, or expensive endoscopy systems. And this makes CryoScope an order of magnitude cheaper than other endoscopic therapies. We're also writing a cost curve for low-cost, high-quality CMOS imaging systems, the cameras that are used in consumer electronics market. And we're integrating these cameras into extruded catheters to deliver a high-margin but high-quality consumable device. Our model is the razor blade. So we would like to place our capital equipment for no cash up front, but instead have a service contract. This aligns the interests of CryoScope Medical with our customers. And then we'll sell single-use disposable devices for each treatment session. Our current position. We filed non-provisionally for both device and the method of transnasal cryoablation. We are continuing to expand our portfolio. We recently filed provisional application for an alternative application of our technology in the lungs. We've done initial CAD design, bill of materials, which helps us get cost of goods, feasibility analysis using tools like computational fluid dynamics. And as founders, we've put in 15,000 personally. We are believers in this project and we have skin in the game. Our next step, raising 500K. We're going to use that primarily for design and development of the prototype. We'll also continue to expand our IP portfolio, and as we've done thus far, we'll continue collecting voice of customer. This is a very dynamic space and we want to keep on top of that. Again, our company is CryoScope Medical. My name is Jason Rahimzadeh. My contact information is here. We'd love to continue the conversation with you, and we make this pledge to our potential investors. We'll be good stewards of your investment, and we believe we have the team and the technology to deliver tremendous returns on your capital. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Jason is joining us from New Jersey, right?
That's right.
New Jersey this morning. So we'll bring our panelists up again here. I also meant to ask, if, as a panelist, I hope you all got the score sheet. I think we sent it this morning, so you can keep tabs on it, whether it's the Microsoft version or the write-in version. We have a very short timeline that we can receive those right after noon and tabulate them all. to announce the winner at 1. So thanks again, Jason. So Q&A, let's see, here's Harshal. Harshal, you got the mic, go ahead.
Hi, that was pretty clear cut. My question is there any competition specifically for the office space other than you guys? Is there any direct competition that you know of?
No, so something that was very appealing when we came up with this and working with our physician partners was that this is really a blue ocean. I mean, I'm quoting directly a physician, an ENT that we were working with. So there are no therapeutic options in the office space currently. Typically the patients are given proton pump inhibitors to reduce the stomach acidity, but that's not curative. Doesn't reduce, it's maybe controversial, but it doesn't reduce the incidence of the disease.
And just quick follow-up, I didn't see a timeline on, I know it's early, but what is your projected timeline to get this into the office-based practice?
We've mapped out a few scenarios. So I'm a project manager, certified project manager. We mapped it out, and 18 months is an aggressive but achievable timeline to 510(k) approval. And a more conservative timeline would be at 22 to 24 months.
Okay, go ahead, Darshan, please.
A good presentation. As an oncologist, I see a lot of late-stage esophageal cancer, so I'm glad that there's something like this here. Question, before this turns into esophageal cancer, it goes through a phase called Barrett's esophagus. And this is where the GI doctors usually intervene, and they consider cryoablation and RFA and all kinds of interventional procedures. How does this set up in terms of competitive landscape against a procedure like that, which is already being done in GI offices?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if I understand correctly, so our predicate device, the CSA TrueFreeze, is the same exact therapy. We will deliver the same dose of liquid nitrogen cryotherapy to the tissue. It's FDA approved. There's a growing body of evidence, literature that this technology is feasible. The only issue is, I mean, if you look at the economic analysis, the healthcare economics, it really doesn't make sense to spend $25,000 for some of the earlier stages. The preference is for surveillance, but our technology drops the cost of treatment below the cost of surveillance. So we think this is a game changer simply based on the healthcare economics alone.
Understood, thank you.
Excellent. See if we've got another question from any of our judges. Here we go. Jan, go ahead, Jan.
Yep. Can y'all comment on the issue of what is the reimbursement to the physician for doing the standard traditional therapy of endoscopy and ablation versus what the new reimbursement to the physician would be to switch over to this kind of therapy?
So there's the large portion of it is the facility fee, which is something around $2,000. The physician gets around $200 or so. This is the Medicare average. In the ASC, it's about $1,300, and then another $200 for the physician. And in the office-based practice, it's a little over $700.
So, but that doesn't include the 200 and an ASC doesn't include the professional fee to the physician of doing the procedure and everything. That's just the facility fee. Is that not correct?
The facility fee is around $1,306 is the average for the ASC for the facility fee.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out which way would be better for, because obviously a doctor is going to be driven to a certain degree on what reimbursement they can get.
Absolutely, yeah. So, the question is, do they partake in the facility fee in some way? I mean, sometimes there's a bit of a shared interest in the facility fee as well as the professional fee. So there's some questions there for sure, but we believe that the advantages of throughput and we think it's profitable in the clinic, the ASC as well. It could also be done in the hospital, but we have to sort of map that out further.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're gonna have to cut the Q&A off here for Jason. Thank you for joining us from New Jersey this morning. And next up is Matt Holland from Knkt'd Health in Oregon. So Matt, we're bringing you online. For the judges, probably the best way to play this right now is to make your video screen visible. And as some of you have done this already, if and when you want to ask a question. So if you think you're going to want to ask a question, that allows me to scroll through and actually see you raising your arm. Lindsay will also assist me in case that doesn't happen, but that worked just beautifully a second ago. So we're bringing, did you find him already? Okay. Okay. Matt Holland joining us here momentarily. We have dropped the LinkedIn URL into the chat. So if you joined us later, we have a exclusive LinkedIn group just for this conference here today. And attendees of the conference are welcome to join that group in lieu of networking face-to-face or side-by-side. Okay, here we got the one and only Matt Holland. Matt, I can see you. Can you turn your mic on?
You guys hear me?
We can hear you. Can you turn it up a tad bit maybe? But I'm gonna disappear here, so please go ahead and share your screen. And we're gonna start the clock. Got 6 minutes.
Hold on, it's for some reason it won't share my screen. Give me a second. Says screen share. Wait, oh, go here. Hold on. All right, can we see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good morning to everybody from my fortress of solitude. So, you know, the world has changed before our eyes in so many ways in such a short time. We're in dire need of learning new ways of being connected without physically being connected. And of course now the clicker is not working. So we're gonna, there we go. So engaging and tracking beyond office visits, or when we aren't providing care on the other side of a computer screen, is paramount. I'm Matt Holland. I'm the CEO of Synergistic Creations and the inventor of the Connected Health Platform. With a swift onset of COVID-19, leaving no nation untouched, we're all struggling to find balance, struggling to keep ourselves safe, and struggling to feel connected to ourselves, our families, our communities, and providers, and to our care. Now the clicker's working. So what we need now, we need technologies that can track, that can disseminate, and paint an accurate picture of all the in-between times when patients are pre-intake, post-discharge, or just routine care appointments. Technology that can adapt and grow and scale to meet the needs of a varied number of providers, patients, populations, disastrous events, and maladies within days, not months or years. A technology that can incorporate all their needed critical wearables and IoT technologies, as well as one that can bridge the gap into electronic medical records, health records, via a single source login. Providers and governments, hospital systems, and health systems can no longer afford to kick the can down the road in regard to adoption of telehealth and virtual care. We not only need to change the way we provide care, but also how we bill and pay for it as well. Keep it in mind that the pandemic will be with us for a while, and people still need care. You know, healthcare personnel shortages, capital and capacity issues are nothing new. COVID-19 has only shined kind of a bright spotlight on these persistent and growing issues as care providers, systems, hospitals are reporting millions of dollars of loss month after month. As we're all trying to grasp what the new normal is going to be and what it's going to look like, as we all grapple with the idea of social distancing, face masks, playing to win an international game of whack-a-mole as outbreaks sprout up and must be contained, we need to think way, way out of the box and accelerate the adoption of new technologies we've delayed and procrastinated about. The COVID pandemic, you know, it's highlighted the importance of connected care solutions especially remote patient monitoring and telehealth, to help address the patient care needs during and after the crisis and beyond. You know, we are undoubtedly all in this together, and we are not individually safe until all of us is safe. I'm Matt Holland, and that was Connected Health.
Excellent.
Hopefully. There
Thank
we
you.
go.
Good deal. Let's bring our judges back online here, and judges join us as you can. I see Tessa. So Matt, I know you're in Oregon, and you have a distributed network of employees, advisors, consultants, and you're also addressing something that can add significant value during the current crisis and beyond. So I don't know if you were on earlier as we discussed trends in the panel discussion, but one of the things we discussed was specifically not just in the short term, but in the long term, how the current climate and the current changes are accelerating or decelerating startups. And so is there anything in particular that gives you a segment of your business, or a piece that gives you particular energy, enthuses you particularly, or is there a side to it that we haven't covered in the panel discussion earlier that you think might play a role in that?
I really think, well, one of the number one things, you know, so I'm a healthcare professional turned technologist. I worked in healthcare for 20 plus years and got fed up with the way the system worked and knew I couldn't change it from the inside out, had to change it from the outside in. The biggest thing is that, you know, as we have this cornucopia and myriad of different technologies coming out, that we need to be able to have a technology that can integrate virtually anything. Providers don't, especially when everybody's struggling with, especially with the pandemic and being stuck home and doing care that way, having to log into 12 different platforms in order to do your job is cumbersome, it's intrusive, and it ends up causing more problems. You know, the way that we designed Connected Health was that, you know, each individual module that tracks things is an individual little chocolate in that box of chocolates. And ultimately what happens is that we can engage one module, multiple modules. We can develop new modules for bringing in data from IoT devices, oxygen sensors, virtually anything, as well as single source login for providers through a VPN, through the dashboard of our platform, so that you can actually have everything in one centralized location, so that we can spend more time face-to-face doing provider care. Because the reality is that it's that attachment that we have with our providers and that connection that ultimately ends up helping us along the road to getting better. And if we don't feel like we're hurt, then we don't typically listen to our treatment plan.
Okay, great. Did you say Michael Cope had a question? Okay, Michael, if you're on, Michael Cope, you had a question?
Yes, I do. What is the what's your methodology of getting your product to market? Are you counting on it being a direct-to-consumer kind of play, or does it go through the medical care community, or what?
So we go through the medical care community, everything from behavioral health providers to chronic illness providers. But we've been around since, let's see, 2014, May of 2014. Ultimately doing our clinical trials and validation in a partnership with United Healthcare and life recovery programs. So we charge the providers an annual license, and it varies depending upon the size of the provider and whether they're a for-profit or nonprofit. And then of course, the apps, which can be found in the app stores, are free to the consumers, the patients, the clients.
Okay. Let's see, on the judges here is Sunny. Sunny, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, hey Matt, great presentation, great to seeing you. So quick question, Matt, in this space, could you share some of the competitors' solutions that is in your space?
I definitely can. I can share some information about them, and it kind of goes back to how I answered Hubert's question. Is there's a lot of people that are concentrating on just one centralized thing, whether it's like Sendbird, who happens to be doing just messaging, or My Strength, which disseminates kind of post-care information and self-help work that you can do at home, or Ginger.io, who does basically therapy and connects people with clinicians and doctors and psychiatrists and other things like that, or many of the different post-op programs. The biggest thing is, and what makes us different, is that we are a source where everything can come through one platform. That means that we can bring data in, pass through data, and aggregate it for individuals, and we can also track individual things on a daily basis, as well as secure messaging and everything else that you can possibly imagine of. We spent a long time working with providers and physicians and clinicians, as well as most of our team, which comes from the healthcare space, and they are also healthcare professionals turned technologists. So we really dialed in the platform.
One more question real quick, Tessa, and we'll make that a real quick question and answer there. Tessa, go ahead.
Sure, and two quick ones. One, I've been in this space for the healthcare, or I'll say healthcare management. Two big gaps, and I want to ask, how are you going to address those? One, you can be connected with the healthcare managed provider, but with all of that, how do you really get the feedback of the performance? In other words, if they're making calls to the patients or putting them on medication, they make the calls, they say what they're supposed to do, but how do you know they're really doing it? And having that really performance of what's happening. The second thing that we're seeing right now with the COVID is that a lot of the people that really do need that help don't have access to the Wi-Fi and the internet and those type of technologies to be able to have that type of connectivity. So how do you address that? Because it would be in that same platform space.
Okay, so
and real quick answer, Matt, because we're over time. Go ahead.
The biggest thing is, so the technology does everything. We've automated case management services. So it uses complex push notifications, and sorry if I'm talking quickly, to trigger the brain through neuroplasticity and classical and operant conditioning in order to continually make people start thinking about what they're doing. So, after a couple of weeks, that you're going to be asked about medication, mood, and oxygen rates in the morning and afternoon. The second part is we work with a number of different cell phone providers to get Obama phones and other type of phones for more indigent populations, as well as inner city and lower social economic levels. I worked with a lot of youth underneath bridges in my time in healthcare, and it's paramount that we definitely reach out to the portions of the populations who aren't able to have the same connection. The app will continue to ask questions, even if it doesn't have a signal, because it's built into the app that's being downloaded onto the phone, and it remembers the modules that are there.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're gonna thank you, Matt, for joining us. We're gonna switch over to the next presenter, and that is Meredith Sossman from California with Suquino. So all the judges, please turn off your video so that we can make room for the next presenter. And that's in the left lower corner. There we go. Matt, you too. See you soon. And Meredith from Suquino is joining us here this moment. We've done a run through with each of the participants, so we know that the technology works, but obviously this is pretty rapid fire. So Meredith, I can see your screen. I can't see you yet. And
good morning. Maybe you can hear me now.
I can hear you. I cannot see you. Did you? Oh, here we go. There we go.
Good morning.
All right. Take it away, Meredith. You got 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to MedVentures and Health Tech Wildcatters. We are very happy to be here today to introduce all of you to Suquino's Saffron Telehealth. The Suquino team is made up of 8 core team members with over 150 years in healthcare experience, and 3 successful exits in the telehealth space, beginning with Ravi Amble, our first founder and CEO, who was part of the team that conducted the first telehealth visit at his time at NASA. I am the Vice President of Business Development and General Counsel, and have spent several years in the medical device space, defending and working with FDA. And Sundar GM is one of 2 engineers, the other must rest in peace, who has created our architecture. The Suquino team, in 15 years of telehealth experience, saw 3 things that continue to be an issue with the proliferation of medical device technologies. 1, they created an additional layer of data entry. 2, elderly and long-term care units were left behind in the proliferation. And finally, each one created new silos. And so the Saffron telehealth system answers all 3 of those areas. 1, it creates a telehealth system for asynchronous and synchronous encounters that can be saved at the edge and transmitted to the HIPAA-compliant secure cloud, so that plug-and-play platform of Saffron ties together all of those legacy systems. We did not set out to replace EHRs, EMRs, third-party medical devices, but rather to create one space for all of them to be brought together through Saffron's back-end communication bus. 2, it is portable and mobile. While we are an SaaS software system, we are able to insert that platform into compliant medical carts, into our portable unit that you will see, or into any healthcare or software system that runs an i5 or higher Intel chip. Storage of telehealth sessions in the cloud use a proprietary algorithm to compress so that our costs are low, but security is high. So every Saffron healthcare practitioner, specialist, family can be brought in to real time to deliver faster diagnosis and treatment. Second, we put multiple artificial intelligence and machine learning overlays into the architecture. So Saffron uses proprietary algorithms to take large, secure, anonymized data sets and send predictive analytics based on that back to the doctor. In an encounter like we're doing now, Saffron's eyes and ears are listening and recording, so that doctors and nurses no longer look at a patient and say, "How are you feeling today?" and turn away to become data entry specialists. Instead, Saffron records the entire encounter and the biometrics going on at that time. And finally, creates in those legacy systems a completely connected ecosystem for telehealth, all the way through to connecting hospital to long-term care unit to patient to family caretaker to payor. The global long-term care segment market size is expected to reach $1.3 trillion by 2024 and has only gotten larger with the current landscape, including things like COVID-19. Our overall market availability in TAM is $3.3 billion in the long-term care industry, meaning that our target to acquire only 3% of SAM in the first 3 to 5 years of existence would put us at over $100 million in recurring revenue. The Suquino team has utility patents on its entire IP docket, including DICOM extensions for telehealth solutions, meaning that without interrupting this encounter, the Saffron system can switch and find the best communication as its own router between SATCOM, cellular, Ethernet, and other availables. It can run off securely an Apple iPhone as its communication bus. The revenue model needed to be affordable. One of the things we've seen with competitors is high subscription and money taken from each encounter that the doctor is paid, especially in long-term care from Medicare, Medicaid, stopping adoption. Our resident subscription model is $1 per day per care resident. So our long-term care partners that are ready to pilot and have been working with us as customers since the beginning of the company reflected that it is no problem on what they're paying to tack on $30 per month per patient to deliver this kind of cost savings. At the community and institutional level, Saffron's machine learning AI engine Ginger can also deliver to them in real time best practices measurements for audit that helps them to recapture and adjust their best practices to allow for capturing of the 7% Medicare Medicaid benefit that is available for those facilities that meet best practices. Our go-to-market plan includes our partners Advantech, that is an global medical equipment device manufacturer, and our knowledge partner, Microsoft. We work on the Azure cloud or on any other cloud, and we will sell through 3 separate sections: our direct sales team, the Advantech Bundled Solutions team, and the Microsoft team. Right now, you've seen commercials on television of Microsoft showing how Teams is being used. The Saffron Suquino team is integrating Microsoft Teams with the Saffron telehealth platform to create a worldwide proliferation of actual biometric real-time ability on its HIPAA-compliant integrated platform with Microsoft Teams. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Meredith. And we'll kick it off with Dasha and Dr. Gandhi.
Great presentation, thank you. 2 quick questions. Does this product integrate with the legacy EMR systems? And if it does, is it a single sign-on or a true integration?
Dr. Gandhi, it's a single sign-on. It integrates with any EMR, EHR, including the legacy SARA system in long-term care units. It is an open source ubiquitous platform, and our team will do all of the API backend integrations. We are already integrated with Athena Health.
And the second question, you mentioned Athena Health, but do you have any actual pilot studies with providers using this? And that's something that shows a difference in the standard of care and the quality of care.
So we have 7 pilots signed and 3 more that are tentative because everything was supposed to start on May 1st, but the COVID-19 stopped us from entering to install, of course. That said, I can tell you quickly about a case study. A long-term care unit called us for an Alzheimer's patient who was one of their at-home patients and said the telehealth video is not working. I am a telehealth clinician trained by Jefferson Medical School. I took the Saffron unit to that patient's home, performed with the doctor online an entire biometrics exam, and saved that Alzheimer's patient who had fallen any risk of going to an emergency room or urgent care. So we do have case studies, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Carrie, go ahead.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about why you targeted the elderly population and the at-home care centers first for this solution. What specifically is more differentiated in that market?
So Carrie, one of the things was that there wasn't a market that was paying attention to the long-term care unit, and another was personal to our founder originally. He was in the United States building one of his companies, and his mom died suddenly of breast cancer, and he couldn't participate in it. And it occurred to him that with an aging global population, that the seniors were folks who were being ignored, and that keeping people in their homes with dignity but access to chronic and long-term care was an untapped market that would do healthcare good and also an aging population good by providing this service. I will tell you that very quickly, when we go to, for instance, our pilot site in South Carolina, we met with them, they signed the pilot, they immediately introduced us to their circle of physicians and hospitals and other healthcare network. So very quickly, while we targeted long-term care, the proliferation of Saffron into the other areas of healthcare has been quick.
Okay. Any more questions from our judges? Michael Cope. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, a very interesting presentation. A lot of moving parts to your presentation. I think I would like to see it 2 or 3 more times before I would capture all of those moving parts. My question, however, is who is your customer? Who do you actually sell your service or product, or however you would position it, to and through? Who has to make the decision, yes or no?
So our initial customer, we are a B2B market. The Saffron system through Suquino is sold to a long-term care unit. So for instance, I mentioned a group in South Carolina. They have over 1,200 residents. They are all the way from memory care to individual cottages, assisted living. They buy the Saffron system, tell us we have this many patients, we'll pay $1 per those people per day for access to the system. That is our initial customer. We have been quickly contacted through the past 8 weeks by everyone from a group that is doing research on vaccines for COVID-19 to use Saffron to integrate their research with clinical trial testing. And so we've quickly had to come up with the additional $3 per 25 patient bucket for primary care physicians and other folks. So we have multiple business models, but the original is that B2B, us to long-term care, us to hospital unit, us to chronic care cancer center.
Great.
And is the one,
gonna have to cut it off here, Michael. Sorry, we're on a really tight schedule. Thank you for asking the question, though. So we're gonna have to move on to the next presenter, Suvik Paul with CathBuddy. And Meredith, thank you again for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Here's something you can use remotely. This is the AliveCore EKG. So I bet that's built into that model as well. I should have asked Meredith. Okay, Suvik, Carrie, can you kill your video? Suvik, go ahead and share your screen.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can see, I can hear you. So go ahead, you got 6 minutes.
Great. Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Suvik Paul. I'm the CEO and founder of CathBuddy, where our mission is to reduce urinary tract infections, also known as UTIs, with reusable urinary catheters. My introduction to the world of urinary catheterization was in 2014 when my good friend Karina was injured in a car accident and sustained a spinal cord injury. As a result of her injury, she uses 4 to 6 urinary catheters a day in order to urinate and suffers from UTIs as a result of her catheter use. And while I know that all anyone can think about in healthcare right now is COVID-19, it's important to remember that the pandemic disproportionately impacts vulnerable populations. This screen grab from a Reddit thread is by a person with a spinal cord injury whose biggest fear is that they'll stop receiving their medical supplies. And the thing that they stress about the most is their catheters. Later on in the thread, folks advise this person to start reusing their catheters by going to YouTube for the instructions. And I think we can all agree that YouTube is probably one of the worst places to receive medical advice from. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is what a standard straight intermittent urinary catheter looks like. It's 16 inches long for men, 8 inches long for women, and every product on the market today is labeled as single use only. The problem is that catheters like this one cause infections at a 40 to 60% annual complicated UTI risk. And complicated UTIs can worsen into chronic kidney disease and even death. And while there are safer closed catheter and no-touch catheter systems on the market that reduce UTI incidence by 30%, they're 4 times as expensive as standard catheters, and insurers rarely cover them. And everything on the market today is single use, which generates at least 85 million pounds of plastic waste a year. And we can reduce this by 99% at CathBuddy through the implementation of our reusable catheter system. It's comprised of 2 main parts, a reusable catheter and insertion aid that provides the feature set and UTI reduction benefit of no-touch catheter systems, and also simplifies the ergonomics of catheterization, and our patented at-home catheter sterilizer that could sterilize up to 6 catheters and insertion aids simultaneously and utilizes RFID to track catheter use over time. The catheter marketplace hasn't meaningfully changed in the last 40 years. There's always been this trade-off between affordable but unsafe catheters and safe but expensive catheters. With a reusable system, we can provide a product that's both affordable and safe. And we're introducing hardware into the home, which means that it's easy for us to layer on services like teleurology or EHR integration. And we can even begin to explore what it means to introduce flexible electronics into the catheter itself to gather diagnostics each and every single time someone catheterizes. We've been granted our non-provisional patent for our sterilizer that dates back to a priority date in April 2018. We have additional continuation patents in process right now, broadening those claims. We have a PCT provisional that preserves our ability to file internationally. And we're working with our patent attorney to put together continuation applications that protect the catheter and the insertion aid. We've been working with the FDA and Medicare PDACs to develop our reimbursement and regulatory strategies. We are a Class 2 de novo device, but the burden of proof for us is lab-bench-based regulatory testing. For Medicare, we need to demonstrate that our product is non-inferior to the existing standard of care, which again carries with it a 50% annual UTI risk. There are plenty of sources for research funding in this space from the Department of Defense, ICORD, and the Craig H. Nielsen Foundation. And with our system, we can actually provide a more affordable alternative to the existing standard of care. Under Medicare, an annual supply of catheters is $4,000 a year. That jumps up to $15,000 for closed catheter systems. We're providing the functional benefit of those closed catheter systems at just $2,400 a year, utilizing a razor and razor blades model while maintaining margins of 70 to 80%. Even with a reusable system, we can grow the market significantly from where it is today. The reason for that is there are 1.1 million Americans like Karina who will need 2 billion catheters in order to urinate. However, academic literature places the prevalence of off-label reuse at 56% of the patient population, who typically reuse each catheter 20 times each by boiling them or microwaving them or going to YouTube to figure out how. What that means is that the 2019 US market size of $900 million is much lower than it otherwise would be if everyone was using these products as single-use devices. And our key competitors like Coloplast, Hollister, and Becton Dickinson haven't figured out a way to combat that. By contrast, we're tagging our catheters with RFID, so we know exactly how many times they've been used. That means we can guarantee a revenue of $2,400 per user per year, leading to an annual SAM of $2.6 billion. At the helm of CathBuddy, we have a well-qualified executive team. My name is Sovik Paul, I'm the CEO, and before CathBuddy, I was a design strategist at Johnson & Johnson with a focus on consumer medical devices. Our chief medical advisor is Dr. Daniel Wallen. He's a practicing urologist at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston and a member of the clinical faculty at Harvard Medical School. We work with expert remote collaborators in a hub and spoke model. Our product development team includes Dr. Jonathan Wilder, who has over 30 years of experience in medical device reprocessing. And we have an extensive strategic advisory board with really diverse expertise. We've raised $65,000 on a friends and family safe note. We're currently raising $500,000 on a capped convertible note on product development and regulatory and reimbursement strategy development. We've raised $100,000 in non-dilutive funding to date. We are a Health Wildcatters alum. And we're also working with experts like Christopher Reeves, former physician, to secure non-dilutive funding from the Department of Defense. To close, we're disrupting an industry that hasn't meaningfully changed in 40 years. A reusable system makes a lot of sense and allows us to simultaneously save users from avoidable UTIs, save insurers hundreds of millions of dollars, and save the environment. Thanks.
Thank you, Sovik. And we're gonna switch over to Q&A. You're welcome to share your screen still in case anybody wants to ask anything about particular slides. Let's see, as our judges come on, see what questions we have. Or does Michael have a question? No? Okay. So Sovik, I'm gonna just kick it off here real quick. I know that with the current crisis, you and I have talked about how supply of these catheters in-house, especially when there's supply disruption, could make a big difference. Can you just currently sketch that out for us? You could potentially have a year's worth of supplies in one drawer, right, for catheters.
Yeah, and that's one of the big benefits of a reusable system. Each of our catheters and insertion aids can be used up to 100 times. So a 3-month supply is literally 6 catheters and insertion aids, which means a full year supply is 24 catheters and insertion aids. And you compare that against the 2,400 catheters that someone would need to buy and store in their house under today's paradigm. So there is a really big, a really significant advantage to a reusable system, especially in terms of pandemic preparedness.
Okay. So is there any particular population that, even if we're not talking pandemic, a particular population that would be specifically at an advantage of having that? I mean, is it like extreme travel, or is there an area where this would make a big difference without COVID?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that our system would make a pretty big difference in the lives of all catheter users, especially those who only qualify for your standard catheter from insurers. And the reason for that is, we've integrated a lot of the features of closed catheter systems that help to prevent contact contamination and infection. Things like introducer tips or insertion sleeves that really make the whole insertion process as foolproof as possible and prevent contact contamination during insertion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Harshal. And then Carrie. And go ahead, Harshal. Your mic is off.
I'm sorry. I had a quick question about the, to get FDA approval, you had a slide there that said you had to show 50% reduction in UTIs. Compared to what?
Right. So for FDA approval, we actually don't need to demonstrate any kind of clinical efficacy. For the FDA, we need to provide lab and bench-based testing results. And we've taken a step to confirm that through a pre-submission with the FDA. What we were referring to in terms of demonstrating non-inferiority is specific to reimbursement and getting a new code for the system. And that's non-inferiority relative to the existing standard of care, which is your standard straight catheter, which has a 50% annual UTI risk.
Okay, so you're confident about meeting that endpoint.
Yeah, and because the burden of proof is relatively low, that also has implications for the eventual size of a clinical trial.
Okay.
My question was really around the go-to-market for these. These are people who are using catheters regularly. Are you actually going directly to consumers and they're buying them and then getting them reimbursed, or they're going through the healthcare system? How do they become aware of them and then decide to buy them, the patient?
So typically today, the way that patients become aware of catheters is they'll go to their physician will give them kind of a grab bag of different catheters and then encourage them to speak to a durable medical equipment distributor in order to get their catheters delivered to the home. What's relatively unknown in the industry is that many of the major durable medical equipment distributors are actually owned by catheter manufacturers, and they are also making a profit on every single product that they sell. And so they might try to steer patients towards products that result in a better bottom line for that specific distributor, but not be upfront about that. So our goal is to go direct to consumer. We believe that companies like HIMSS or Roman Health or Hubble Contacts have proved the viability of that approach. And those companies, as a reminder to the audience, have a combined valuation of close to $2 billion, just those three. So they've demonstrated the success of the approach.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Suvik. We gotta jump on to the next one. Thanks for joining us. Suvik joined us from New York, and our next presenter, Tel Kivoli, joins us from New York as well, I believe. So, Tel, are you on yet?
Hello.
Here he is. Let's see if you can share your video as well, and then your screen.
Video.
Okay. I see you, and now let's do the screen as well.
Screen. Okay.
I see your screen, so you got 6 minutes. Take it away, Tal.
Excellent. Okay. First, it's a pleasure to be here. I really enjoyed all the sessions so far. The panel was amazing. So thanks for all the insights. They were phenomenal. So I'm Tal Kivoli, CEO and co-founder of Medivizor. And I've started Medivizor to address a problem that you, I, and millions of others are actually fairly familiar with. I'd like you to imagine the last time you or a loved one were at a doctor's appointment and got a diagnosis that you weren't particularly happy with. Well, we weren't given a lot of information to go with that diagnosis, and instead we're anxious and confused. And as we leave that doctor and go home, we rush online to where my previous speaker just said we shouldn't go, and that's Dr. Google. But Dr. Google doesn't really, even though there's a vast amount of information, it really overwhelms with noisy, unreliable, unsafe, inconsistent, and incomprehensible information. It's not personalized, and it's not cutting edge. It's not the latest stuff. It doesn't include all the information either. So you might think that maybe a dedicated website like WebMD or Mayo Clinic or Wikipedia would be better, but in fact, it's generic, not personalized, outdated, and not cutting edge either. So there's really nothing for people to find what's the latest information for them. They're hoping their doctors know better. But how can they? Even the most well-intentioned doctor can't stay abreast of all the latest developments. Last year alone, there were over 20,000 research papers published just on breast cancer. And last I checked, there were over 1,500 interventional recruiting clinical trials for breast cancer only. So the doctor doesn't have the time, the tools, or even the motivation to know what is the latest information that could help them, their patient. So while the patient has a problem and the doctor has a problem, biopharma also struggle to reach patients just when they need them most. So they can't reach the patients they need for their pivotal clinical trials. They spend $5.9 billion a year just trying to recruit patients for clinical trials. And they spend additional billions trying to commercialize their therapies and get those to the awareness of patients and physicians. And they really can't find these patients, and they look for more and more ways to do so. So we asked ourselves, what if everybody could have a close relative that just happens to be the world expert in the condition that they have? Well, this is something that essentially Medivizor makes possible. And this is how it looks. This is a live service. It's already serving about 200,000 members, subscribers of Medivizor. And it gives them the latest cutting edge information. People could go online, you could do this later, sign up for our service. It's free and private. You answer about 10 questions about yourself and then 5 to 20 questions for each medical condition that you've been diagnosed with, you or the person you care for. And then we create a personalized report. To the best of our knowledge, nothing like this exists. What do you need to know in your situation? And we follow that up with all the latest treatment options, clinical trials, guidelines, warnings, community resources, and more. But it's not enough that we give you access to these latest research papers or clinical trials. We interpret them and summarize them in 9th grade lay language English interpreted. And if there's something to act, we allow you to act on that. For example, to sign up for a clinical trial and go through a pre-screening process. And for the clinician, be it a doctor or a physician assistant or oncologist, we give them a dashboard of all their patients so that they can see what are the latest clinical references. So we take latest scientific matter with human plus artificial brains to convert this into these 9th grade English summaries. So we have a 3D health profile that's rich and insightful about the patient, patented technology, we have 1 granted patent and a dozen pending, and a scalable medical expertise process in order to digest all this information while not biasing the information or compromising privacy. In terms of the market, there are several markets here. One of them is direct-to-consumer marketing for patients. Pharma spend billions trying to reach these patients. We could do so in a privacy-preserving way. Clinical trial recruitment, again, a business that's not very successful in actually doing something effectively. Roche once advertised that they had $100,000 spent to recruit every single patient for a clinical trial. So these are huge sums spent here. And there's a great impact in improving education, engagement, and empowerment of patients. Each step in that process reduces costs to the system. Now, you might think you've heard of something like Medivizor, but to best of my knowledge, we're still very unique. There's plenty of online health information, but it's not personalized. There's a lot of online patient communities, but it doesn't provide authoritative cutting edge content. And we do all of that, as well as matching clinical trials, for example. We're already helping about 200,000 subscribers in 23 therapeutic areas. 37% are active over 1 year, and actually 30% over 4 years. 94% of our subscribers recommend our service. We're actually being distributed by patient advocacy groups and by healthcare providers. This is, for example, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society website, which is powered by Medivizor. Their online patient communities and the content there is being brought to them by Medivizor. It's being distributed at healthcare providers on these free tablets at hundreds of locations in the US. Our subscribers, members, patients, caregivers love this, and we won a number of awards for this. A little bit about the team that brought this together. So I'm a software developer growing up. I've been developing software for over 30 years. $100 million. I've been in startups. I've led innovation in large multinational corporations. I've been CTO of a medical device company. My friend from elementary school, Olin Fierst, is a serial entrepreneur that started 10 other health tech companies and was on faculty of Yale and Columbia. And Professor Stephen Kaplan is a world-renowned urologist, an accomplished researcher with over 1,000 publications, and an entrepreneur. He was the first chief medical officer of Medidata Solutions that was recently sold for $5.8 billion. These are our subscriber growth over the years, and some of our marquee customers, including the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, New York Presbyterian Hospital, Nestle, and more. And our forecasted revenue, adjusted now actually for COVID, we do have a specific service right now for our subscribers to get the latest COVID information and resolve the uncertainty and doubt in that. But these are growth numbers. And by the way, we're profitable. We turned profitable before the pandemic, just before the pandemic, which was kind of a perfect timing. So our vision is to become...
Judges,
yeah.
Good close, bring on the judges here. I just have a quick question. Where are your, you said, how many customers do you have? And where are these customers right now? In which countries or through which organizations have you bundled them?
Yeah, so our sales are direct. Our customers are all in the US. Our subscriber base is 90% in the US. So our customers are all in the US. Our subscriber base is 90% in the US. We have, it's a globally available service, and it's free service. So we have subscribers in 129 countries, including tens of thousands outside of the US, but the vast majority is in the US and distributed through healthcare providers in the US.
Okay. See, we got a question from Sunny.
Hey, good morning, Tal. Good presentation. Quick question. Behind the search engine, you have, is it AI machine learning behind it? Number one. Number two, so your business model is to charge the institutions. It is a B2B business model, correct?
So the first question answer, yes. We have AI and machine learning to classify and process this information and personalize it. It's not to sell necessarily to the healthcare provider. Healthcare providers often get Medivizor for free because they distribute Medivizor to their patients, and we therefore get access to more patients. So it's free for often free for the healthcare provider. It's certainly free for the patients, and biopharma pay us to reach, engage, and support the patients.
Okay, thanks.
Dasha?
Interesting presentation. If you can expand as to what is your target market or which industry do you play in? Because it looks like you could have a PRO type of a play here, patient-related outcomes that could be very valuable to pharma, or this could be simply a patient education type of industry. So can you talk to where are you going to gravitate as you grow?
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're in this business to empower patients. So it must be clear that we first serve our patients. All the rest are in order to generate revenue, in order to keep this business alive and grow it. However, our businesses are direct-to-consumer marketing because we believe that the value of the information that the pharma wants to get to patients is actually something that they're entitled to know if it's clinically relevant to them, and clinical trials that are very good treatment options often for them. So we want to support those two business models primarily. We also have licensing of content and technology to third parties, such as the Leukemia Lymphoma Society that licenses our technology. But first and foremost, we're patient empowerment, and everything else is just a business in order to make that happen.
Got it.
Carrie?
You touched on this really briefly, so I'd like to understand better who's doing the interpretation of the content that's on there to make it readable. And you mentioned that it's not biased. I'd like to know how you're, confirming that there's no bias there and that the patients are really getting something relevant for them. And what doctor feedback, what provider feedback has been on the way you're interpreting the content?
So we have a distributed medical team. We have a set of medical advisors, but we also have a hierarchy of doctors, researchers, medical writers that are writing this. Everything is internally peer reviewed. We have a one voice process that produces this. And we have AI and machine learning that reduces the amount of manual work that's required very dramatically. So the combination of human and artificial brains is in every step in the process here. And we assure that it's unbiased because we expose the bias. there's no bias that goes into that whole process in terms of who we have business with. We mark anything that's with any bias as sponsored. So if a pharma wants to promote something, it's marked clearly as sponsored, so they know the recipient knows it's an ad. It doesn't allow them to suppress any content or supersede any content in terms of its priority. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. We're gonna have to stop here and go to our next presentation. So thank you, Tal, for joining us. And please welcome Shane Smith from Florida with GeoMedAlert. And again, for anyone who's joined us late, we have a LinkedIn networking group. You can find the link in the chat. Specifically for this conference today, we have anywhere between 130 to 150 participants from what I can see today. Also, I know somebody asked about the program, and the program is, you received an email from us, and that email had the attachment or a link, Lindsay? It had the attachment. So look into your email box. You will have the program for today with information as well. But here is Shane Smith with GeoMedAlert. Shane, go ahead and share your screen. And I'm going to start the clock. You got 6 minutes.
Excellent. Make sure that goes through. There we go. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I am Shane Smith, co-founder for GeoMed. And the issue that we are aiming to assist with is the dilemma that hospital systems themselves cannot report or report any potential aid in helping the diagnosis of potential outbreaks, infectious
Don't see your slides, just in case, Shane.
I'm sorry?
Did you have slides? Did you have
Oh,
slides?
it's still not showing on your side? Let me try another. It's showing off my wrong screen. Let me see if I can help with that. My apologies. It's showing the wrong screen. Let me try that again. There we go. This will work. Okay. Now you can see?
Not yet.
Okay, great. My apologies. Let me. So GeoMed is addressing the situation that hospital facilities themselves are not able to report a potential disease outbreak until the actual infected step through the doors and there's a diagnosis. So health agencies, whether it be localized public health departments or broader, such as the CDCs or the WHO, are now utilizing something else, which we all know as syndromic surveillance systems. However, existing surveillance systems that are out there are not providing enough volume of data or enough details about that data to make these systems very valid or reliable. And oftentimes this is an issue of crying wolf with false positives or false negatives. And so GeoMed aims to help with this. And in doing so, we have created a system which is using mobile app, smartphone apps, which is not new, but the means that we do it is. But in short, the data that is recorded by a smartphone user that is not feeling well, they enter in their symptoms, and when they hit their submit button, it travels up to our servers, and where we are able to analyze and recognize novel behaviors of the infected, and then report that into a heat map type dashboard, almost like a war room, to the subscribing health agencies. Again, whether they be local, county, municipalities, hospital systems, all the way up to the various countries' CDCs. What is very unique about this system is the way we gather that data from the app user themselves. At first we thought, well, we'll just motivate them by offering them coupons from our pharmaceutical companies or retail drugstore chain partners. And yes, that would motivate some, but the critical issue here is to get volume. And to gain volume, we found that through our MVP interviews that concern is the key here to get the user to actually download the app and to use it on a regular basis. So if you will, imagine yourself going through this thought process. You wake up in the morning, you're not feeling well, or you have children and one of them is not feeling well. The first question that enters your mind is, what is it that I have? Is it just a cold? Is it a flu? Is it a 24-hour flu and it'll be over soon? Is it strep throat? Or in these days, we may even think of something more severe. The next question that you may ask yourself is, well, I'm not feeling well. Should I stay home from work today? Or should I keep my child home from school? Is it severe enough? Is it contagious? And then that obviously leads us to the next question, which is, well, if it's severe enough for me to stay home or keep my child home from school, is it severe enough for me to take them to see a physician? Now, we all know we all should go see a physician, but many individuals have been through it. I know I have actually been through it numerous times with my own children. They're sick. I can't tell what it is. I'll keep them home from school. I'll take the day off myself from work, take them to the doctor, only to find out that it was merely just nothing. But we all should do that, but not everybody does that. What our app does is it incentivizes them to put this information and to report back to them to receive what is not a diagnosis, but just information. What is my community feeling? Are there other reports of similar symptoms in my neighborhood, in my school district? Where are they? And if someone has been diagnosed by a doctor, what did they diagnose them with? Again, it is merely just information as we all search for it. As Tal mentioned in the previous presentation, it's nice, we all use Google MD. Well, this is pre-MD, if you will. And of course, the overall arcing purpose of this is to provide data to the subscribing health agency to alert them to the novel behaviors that might be something more than the novel cold or seasonal flu. And it provides them heat maps of an exact geolocation of where they might choose to put boots on the ground. Now, another unique factor in this is that it has two revenue sources. One, very low expense to the health agencies themselves, but also in a volume play to our partners that are pharmaceutical companies or retail drugstore chains who benefit from us by a direct digital coupon system at 30 cents a pop, as opposed to the $1.44 they spend for the very inefficient and ineffective weekly mailer that you might find in your Sunday newspaper. That costs them $1.44 for every one. So we're very attractive on both ends. And our goal here, well, here's a map showing competition, and we have strength over every single possible competition out there right now displayed on this table.
Sorry, Shane, we're gonna have to stop here. We're
Perfect.
at time. I know it took a little longer for you to get started. Your slides did not show. Even though you tried several times, but we just don't have time. And you did exactly what we would want of an entrepreneur, and that is, the slides don't show, the show goes on, and whether by accident or intentional, that's what we want. We want you to go ahead and tell the story. Ultimately, you're the person making this happen, and that's what interests people. So you told the story. Maybe you didn't know the slides weren't shown.
Sorry, my apologies.
No, we can't stop that part. But in any case, interesting company. Can you tell us a little bit about the status right now? I know you're fairly fresh with this particular concept. Obviously, you've got experience, but tell us a little bit the status of where you are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we came up with this concept in December, prior to the COVID outbreak here. And we have refined the MVP a little bit, and we're launching this summer to go on more full-scale MVP across a few communities and cities here in Florida. We plan to branch that out, but by the end of the summer, have an idea of what our full-scale model should look like so we can have that built by the new year.
Okay. See if we have any questions from our judges or
and I apologize on the slides. I'll be very certain to share them with you all. So
no worries. This is actually a good time to mention this. We've received several inquiries. All of our participants and panelists are joining the LinkedIn group, and so you can get in touch with them if you want their deck. And then also the email addresses for our presenters are printed in the program. And if you joined us through the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference, then I didn't say that earlier, then you would have received an email from Healthcare Dealmakers Conference this morning with the program, again, containing the email addresses and contact information for our startups. Our first and foremost objective here is to connect these fantastic 11 startups with as many people who might want to play a role in it as possible. And so that's what we do. Let's see if we have another question from outside. We don't. I see Jan here, but I don't think you have a question this moment, do you? Oh, you do? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Just understanding how you're getting people to actually subscribe to the service or download the app, not to get too political, but there's a fair number of people out there who don't want anybody tracking anything they do in this country. So what is the pitch to them, especially since you need as much kind of acceptance and downloading of the app to make this effective as possible?
Yeah, great question. First off, we are not a tracing app. It is not constantly on tracing the user. It only submits their location at the time they hit the submit button of their symptoms. They also have the option of simply using a zip code function to where they can just share that regionalized system. It is also, excuse me, I wanted to say something else, but I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, so we're not constantly tracking them. We also know people are very hyper vigilant. The Apple, Google constant tracing is a concern of people's. So there's not an intent. Trust is our biggest factor. We will also use the Nextdoor app business model of trying to be neighborhood community focused, because it is the concentration of data that is very critical. And so as we grow, we will utilize their marketing model.
Okay. We actually will stop here. And however, Sunny gets the award for the best backdrop ever, just in case you started a second. That is Zen, man. You win the award. Anyway, we'll move on. Thank you for showing us, Sunny.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Shane, for joining us. Next up is Veer Mehta with Halo Health. Veer is a graduate of our program and is here in Dallas. So let's see if Veer joins us here with his slides. There you are. So audio check.
Thank you, Hubert.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, MedVentures, for this opportunity.
Go ahead and share my screen and we're good to go.
All right. Can you see it?
Yeah, you still show a little bit of the rim on top, so it's not fully presenter mode.
Let's do this.
But not worth more than 5 seconds. A little better. Yep. That's good.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Veer Mehta. I'm the founder and CEO at Halo Health Systems. Folks, clinical trials are a critical part of the drug development process, and it's an issue that is front and center as we look for new therapies amid COVID-19. At the same time, clinical trials are too expensive, they take too long, they are still paper-based, and they're burdensome on patients. I'd like you all to imagine being in a clinical trial and needing to record your medication timing, your vitals, in a paper diary on a daily basis. Now imagine needing to make frequent visits to the clinical research site. And if you are one of 70% of Americans, the closest site is more than 2 hours away. Because of these challenges, life-saving drugs are not reaching the market in time. Our solution is a digital platform that accelerates clinical trials for pharma and reduces the burden on patients and the clinical research team. When you participate in a Halo-enabled trial, you're provided a remote monitoring kit that includes connected medical devices like blood pressure and blood glucose meter. You also get access to a fully integrated patient engagement solution that allows you to get reminders, to automate collection of vitals, to record medication timing and patient feedback or patient-reported outcomes. We take all of this data, digitize it, and we push it to our HIPAA-compliant cloud. Using our web application, the clinical research team is then able to get access to this high quality of data in real time. Hence, using our solution, we're able to minimize your visits to the clinical site. We're eliminating the use of paper diaries and ensuring you stay compliant to the requirements of the clinical protocol. We recently participated in a study at Dallas Diabetes. This was an investigator-led study where we looked at the type 2 diabetic population and the occurrence of fatty liver disease. As part of the study, we were able to automate collection of FibroScan data. We were able to streamline the process of statistical analysis and overall reduce the effort that was spent by both the investigator and the research coordinator. We successfully completed a study, delivered a 30% reduction in cost, a 20% reduction in timeline, and greatly improved the quality of data. The entire cost of our product is paid for by the pharma company. Here I modeled a phase 2 clinical trial that includes 200 patients lasting for 6 months. So we have a subscription-based model where we're charging per patient per month for the patient engagement solution. And we're also charging a flat fee per trial per month to provide unlimited access to our web application, both to the clinical research team and to the sponsors. So this provides a total monthly recurring revenue of $50,000 and a total revenue of $300,000. Halo fully supports what the industry refers to as hybrid and virtual trials, where you are minimizing the number of visits to the site. We have a fully integrated patient engagement solution and an end-to-end real-time compliance monitoring capability, which is a critical metric for clinical trials. If you're aware, Sage Therapeutics phase 3 data was recently rejected because they were not able to show compliance across their patient population. So we have a very experienced and passionate team, starting with myself. I have more than 15 years of experience in new product development of medical devices and digital health solutions. I had the opportunity to run a medical design center, an engineering team at a medical design center where we worked on a variety of projects, including Pfizer's first intramuscular drug delivery device. Brian comes with more than 15 years of experience in sales and marketing that cuts across traditional pharma and data analytics. Allison has more than 20 years of experience running clinical trials for big pharma, including Sanofi, Novo, and Lilly. And Dr. Shah has expertise in digital health ventures. He's also the president of Society of Physician Entrepreneurs in Boston. So the worldwide clinical trial market is estimated at $45 billion. When we look at data from clinicaltrials.gov, looking at 6 indications across 3 therapeutic areas, including endocrinology, cardiovascular, and pulmonary, we're looking at a serviceable market of $2.8 billion. So our primary customers are pharma, and clinical research organizations are our channel customers. In year 1, we're targeting small pharma and CROs to be early adopters of our technology and to help us build those case studies for our future customers. Our initial revenues are anticipated from paid pilots. By year 3, we're targeting to be in 21 clinical trials with 2,500 patients online and a revenue target of $4.4 million with a $2.6 million EBITDA. As we drive towards our next milestones, we're focused on completing indication-specific validation studies and making updates to our product for our roadmap, focused on securing beta customers and our pipeline for year 2, and continuing to build our core and advisory team. So folks, I'd like to remind you that clinical trials are an important part of the drug development process, and we are transforming it by introducing new efficiencies. We're currently raising our seed round at $500,000 and are 10% committed. So come join us to advance clinical research together. Thank you.
Thank you, Veer. See, Harshal, go ahead.
Great presentation. I had a question about how, what's the barrier to entry here for a big company or a large CRO just to do this themselves without you?
Yeah, it's so we're looking at a couple of things. One is initial trade secrets that allow us to go through rapid design and deployments of clinical trials. So a process that would take months, we've shrunk it down to days. And then we also have IP portfolio that we're targeting as part of our product roadmap that is focused on patient safety and patient retention.
Sunny, is that a hand raise?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we are good presentation. With COVID-19 ongoing, there are, for instance, drugs over 100 drugs are in the process. Are you able to find a pathway to any of those, or any of those who are that pathways that you can be part of that, or are you too early?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when you look at these therapeutic areas, we're primarily focused on indications that require frequent delivery of investigational product, primarily orals. And it's over a certain period of time. When you look at COVID, we're trying to get our hands on protocols, example protocols, to assess fit. Our solution already supports the ability to gather data from connected medical devices, including pulse ox. So there is a fit, but we just need to make sure that we're able to deliver the value in the time and be a good fit for the requirements of the trial.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, I'd just like to understand a little bit more about the competitive products. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in making clinical trials more efficient, et cetera. So what is your specific differentiation, and is any of it protectable, maybe not by IP, but by barriers to entry? Are there viral, components of the patients in multiple trials? Just a little bit about maybe barriers to entry, barriers to competition.
Yeah, so we're looking at, as I mentioned earlier, trade secrets that we've developed to rapidly design and roll out the clinical trials that cuts across the ability to specify dosing requirements, connected medical devices that need to be integrated into the trial, and also patient-reported outcomes, including quality of life indicators. So we have trade secrets that we've developed there. And then in addition to that, we're also looking at our current product roadmap, where we're going to be generating IP around patient safety and patient retention. So when you look at the ability to collect data remotely, what the sponsors are looking for is the ability to still collect high quality of data and have the ability to do certain monitoring for adverse events.
Okay, we're gonna have to stop there. Thank you for your question, Carrie. Thanks, Veer. Thanks for joining us. Next up is Matthew Hansard with Mylestones. Matthew is joining us from St. Louis.
Unmute. Okay. Hey, can you guys see me okay?
I can see okay. You want to share your screen?
Yep, I'm gonna do it right now.
Go ahead, and off you go.
You guys can see my pitch deck?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Matthew Hansard. I am the CEO and the founder of the Mylestones Network. At the Mylestones Network, we are committed to helping seniors tell the story of their life, who they were, what they loved, and their contributions made. I'm reminded a few years ago of a funeral I attended for a friend of mine's Aunt Terry. When you walked in, there was a big picture of Terry. She was leaning against a car, she was smoking a cigarette, and she was holding a beer. And I wondered if that was the image that Terry meant to leave of herself. The intentionality of the senior and the story that they wish to tell becomes the core value at Mylestones. We are committed to enhancing senior life and legacy through technology, seniors that are aging in place at home, and seniors that are living in communities and facilities. Today, there is no technology that allows a senior to tell the story of their life. And we know it, getting old is tough. Today, there's 65 million Americans isolated more than ever. We've seen the videos of people trying to wave to their grandmas through a third-story window. These seniors wish to tell the story of their life, but they can't make a great PowerPoint presentation, a way to give a visual representation, their auditory, their stories that they tell. We want to make sure the time that we spend with our senior loved ones now, that we're having to do video calls and can't visit them in person, has more content to it, and it provides an activity. These thoughts and these stories of our seniors, we need to be able to access them as well. We can't just let them go with them. What we're looking to do is helping seniors and all Americans share who they were to create all of these stories. So let me show you the Mylestones Digital Life Project Creator. This is a collaborative life project that you do inside of a video call, much like the one we're on here, but we're not doing business. We're talking to our grandmas and our grandpas, our mothers and our fathers. Let me show you how this works. We're in this Zoom call. We have a 165 question digital life project creator that guides the senior through the story of their life. Great questions about, tell me about the house you grew up in. What were your friends like? What was your first car? Do you know the story of my birth? I was actually on a call about a first car the other day. And the grandpa had said it was a 44 Ford, and the grandson opened an additional tab in the video call. And he finds a picture of it. He's like, was it this one, Grandpa? And he's like, oh, it was actually the one with the different interior. And they looked through it, and then he pulled up a picture of his terrible first car that his dad made him get. This natural language conversation is being recorded by the Mylestones application. All the video, all the content, and at the end of each question, you save the thought, it goes into the senior's life feed. I'm driving the application, I'm the grandchild or the child. I can then share that thought with anyone else in my family, and I pick a delivery date, today, tomorrow, next week, at death or afterlife. We help the senior create, store, and ultimately share the story of their life. So like we said, we have 65 million Americans. We need to get this technology in as many of their hands as possible. What we do at Milestone is create access points to all of these seniors. We've identified 2 million seniors living in private duty home healthcare, senior helpers. We can go to an organization like that with our enterprise model, and we can create the billing and the charge to the organization so they can work with their seniors. Very similar model for senior living, a little bit bigger market. Again, we are creating a model. We are letting them pay the bill for the senior. There's still 50 million more seniors, though, that we need to find access points to. Can we make a pairing with AARP? Can we get the local grocery store to give us all of their senior discount card members? All in all, accessing all seniors to tell their stories of life is our goal at Mylestones. Right now, our go-to-market strategy, our marketing team uses LinkedIn to identify CEOs, program managers, and executive directors of senior living communities and home healthcare organizations. Our HubSpot automation touches that contacts 15 times over 6 days, encouraging them to click our request demo. Our sales team then reaches out to those people. A Zoom call for onboarding, demonstrating the technology. What I love about Milestones, it is a phone sale, or I guess a video phone sale. We don't have to visit these clients to make these relationships. Right now, we sell our COVID-19 solution. We know that your seniors are more isolated than they've ever been. Come onto the Milestones application for the first 3 months. This will give time for you to go back to your board of directors and get the funding necessary to pay our monthly SaaS bill. and to take them the data at that point. Seniors that use our Mylestones network communicate with their family members more, have greater time and greater value in the time they do spend. We have identified 29,500 enterprise clients in the United States, 11,000 of them in home health, where we charge $150 a month for access to the network, 18,500 in senior living, where we charge $400. That's $100 million in annual recurring revenue at scale, enterprise model only, not even those other 50 million seniors. We have traction, we have home healthcare clients, we have senior living communities on our COVID trial. Right now, we have raised $335,000 to build out our technology. We are raising another $300 to scale this company. We have product market fit. We know people want our product. We need our full-time CTO, dev, ops manager, so I don't have to do it all. So we can scale this company to our first 50,000 seniors by the end of September. We collected 4,300 this year and expect 70,000 in revenue by the end of the year. We do have some competition in this space, other organizations looking to help the senior, they're senior focused. However, we're the only ones, like I said, that put the technology in the hands of the digital native. Everyone else wants the senior to adapt. My name is Matthew Hansford. I am the CEO and founder. I'm committed to this space. I had a 20-year sales career, outside sales, working with the baby boomers. They gave me my first job carrying their golf clubs 25 years ago. Now I followed them into the next stage of their life. I'm going to help them plan for the rest of their future. Waylon Duff, my CTO, will make this thing look and feel as good as any social media application. Why Mylestones now? 4 things to remember. The intentionality of the senior is our core value. We put the technology in the hand of the digital native. Isolation is an all-time high. Now is the time for this product. And we are a sales team with a technical product. We will make the enterprise sales calls necessary to bring this product to market. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And bring our judges on here again. Thank you also for staying on time. I love it. I mean, for me, this is currently a personal issue, and as I've seen it in many other people, it's a very difficult scenario to actually collect information. The platforms I have personally looked at don't do what yours does. And I think there's also a time point at which now our older generation is more comfortable with doing this type of thing.
So COVID has adapted the seniors for us to technology.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're using the grandkids and children that are digital well-versed or natives to assist in that and play a role. And I think in this way, it really becomes a journey together. So I think that's well told story and well done. Sunny, did you have a question?
Yeah, Matthew, great product. Would you please share the business model? How does that look like?
As far as how do you
make money?
Yeah, so we charge right now in our enterprise model, we charge private duty home healthcare agencies and senior living communities a monthly fee for access to the Mylestones network. And those are pretty much our average charges that we have right now. So we onboard Sunrise Senior Living, we charge them $400 a month, and they have unlimited use of the application with their seniors. We provide them some metric feedback. This is how many seniors are using it. This is how much time they're spending. And they can compare that to the seniors that aren't using the application. What we like is it's a very sticky product. Once the seniors have started using the application and we have it, unless it's going terribly, they're not going to offboard us. They're going to keep paying that monthly fee to the Mylestones network.
Okay. Harshal? You're muted.
I apologize. Have you guys sold or had any revenue directly to consumers? It seems like this would be kind of an obvious gift.
Sure.
Be a great gift to give to a grandparent.
So what we know about age tech is you do have to create an alternate payer. Seniors will not pay for technology. So we bring our enterprise model in to establish the market, but it is a relationship with a giant referral source like a Institute on Aging, an AARP, that when we can make that relationship and they announced it, much like we announced the relationship with Sunrise Senior Living to the family members, we're going to have AARP announce the relationship with Mylestones. And then we're charging $10 a month to those other 50 million seniors. This company could be a billion-dollar company in that capacity with a business-to-consumer model, but I'm an enterprise sales guy, so I'm going the route that I know I can establish first.
Good point. And I know, did we have any question from offline? No? Okay. Then I get to ask another one. I know you and I talked about that part as well. How could you go individual? I really respect the fact that you're saying, I'm proficient in enterprise sales. This is what we're going after. So many times we see startups getting too non-focused and going after too many other opportunities and then really failing. So I really respect that answer. I know there is an individual market, but it's going to require a lot more capital. I know you mentioned that you have competition. Nobody does exactly what you do. Is there anything, I mean, there really isn't any particular barrier to entry that you could point to that is sustainable, right? I mean, there isn't any proprietary technology. I mean, it's proprietary, but it's not something that can't be replicated, right?
If our competition that is into communication, what they definitely lack is that it is senior side out to the family, and there's no point to it. You're talking, but just like you talk with any conversation, we've all been on millions of Zoom calls that get nothing done. I mean, we could at least play a game of chess together. And that's where Mylestones is going to become the greatest way to communicate with your senior loved ones after you finish the Digital Life Project. Are there other things that we can do to keep this engaged so the conversations are not trite and trivial? But yes, could LifeLoop re-change their business model? All of our competition is focused on, I have a product for senior living. We have a product for all seniors, and we access our seniors through those points. They are looking at this market way too small, every one of them. I talk to their sales guys, and I listen to them, and I talk to them about what they're doing. They don't picture all seniors, and I'm not sure why. And they've been around for a while, and they're successful companies.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Well done, Matthew. We'll move on to the next. Thanks again for joining us this morning. Next up is Amy Furch, Ataia Medical. Ataia is a graduate of our accelerator and is located here in Dallas, even though the founders both hail from Georgia. So, or Georgia Tech? Georgia Tech, ooh. Don't get that wrong ever. Georgia Tech, right?
Yes, Georgia Tech.
Okay. You got a big fan base, Georgia Tech. Okay, well, Amy, can you get this into presentation mode?
Yes, it says I'm sharing the screen. Can you see it?
You're sharing the screen, but I'm still seeing the sidebar and everything.
We good?
We're good. All right, you got 6 minutes. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Amy Furch. I'm the co-founder and COO of Ataia Medical, and we are empowering patients with the freedom to speak. Ataia Medical is focusing on patients undergoing non-invasive ventilation or NIV therapy in the clinical setting. This is a life-supporting therapy that requires a hard plastic mask to fully cover the patient's mouth and nose. So they're capable of producing speech, but the properties of the mask render them unheard. This creates a negative impact across the entire spectrum of care, where you now have patients that are 3 times more likely to experience a preventable adverse event due to this inability to communicate. NIV also has a very high failure rate at 40% across diagnostic groups. And when you look at the data on these failures, they often cite issues with frustration, isolation, and claustrophobia, which are then exacerbated by this inability to communicate. This leads to the providers having to put forth an additional $30,000 in cost of care per patient every time a patient fails NIV and has to be intubated. Additionally, they experience substantial disruptions to their workflow when they can't discern patient needs or gain an accurate medical history. This ultimately leads to an additional $19.5 billion payers are putting forward to address preventable adverse event costs. We'll start our focus in the emergency department in the ICU, where there's a $210 million opportunity for us to address the need to quickly and accurately gain a medical history to lead to a good diagnosis. From there, we'll look outward to pre-hospital and EMS services, as well as long-term care facilities, skilled nursing facilities, and home users, where we have a $370 million opportunity. And this puts us in a broader landscape of a $2.4 billion global mask market. So now to turn to our solution in economics, we have developed the Speaks. It's a universal retrofittable communication aid for NIV masks. The first component is a patch, which is disposable and affixes to the outside of an NIV mask, similar to a stamp or a Band-Aid, and it collects the speech. It's single patient use in the same way the masks are single patient use. It is then wired to the communicator, which is our reusable component, which conditions, amplifies, and outputs the patient's actual voice through a built-in speaker. The full system is patented and FDA listed. We'll be selling on a razor blade model, with the communicator being the reusable component at an MSRP of $450, which gives us a gross profit margin of 40 to 50%. We'll drive recurring revenue through our consumable component, the patch, with an MSRP of $89, giving us an 80 to 90% gross profit margin. And on all of that, the dealers will receive a 35% commission. We know when you're bringing a novel medical device to market, you need to bring with it a full portfolio of validation data to prove out your value prop to the hospital. So we did that in 4 stages. We started with an in-house verification, which we then transitioned to a similar protocol in the clinical setting. We've now initiated a post-market validation, which we will conclude with an anecdotal evidence and case study review later this year. So to dig in a little bit to our clinical validation, what we did is we took a list of speech pathologist approved sentences and words of similar intelligibility and provided them to a patient wearing a mask and instructed them to read the sentences to a partner who then transcribed what they heard. So looking at the data here on the left side, you're going to focus on the light gray and the green bar. You can see in just individual words spoken, we had about a 50% improvement in intelligibility. And in sentences, we had about a 90% improvement in intelligibility. To give you a market comparison, the Passy-Muir valve, which is a communication aid for tracheostomy patients, has about a 40% improvement. So we're well above what has succeeded in the market before. Additionally, we collected Likert data on the patient's experience. We have a primary patient experience play, and you can see that the patient felt much more comfortable with the communicator than without it. Looking forward to commercialization, we've partnered with Sovereign Medical and Medical Specialties. These are 2 dealers whose specific expertise is launching novel respiratory devices to market. Their collective reach covers about 30% of the United States. Through our network, as well as some organic sales, we have gained traction with about 20 hospitals nationwide. We've placed a couple of units and we have more placements coming up in the next 2 weeks. Looking at our team, so Hubert mentioned Ataia Medical was founded by myself, Tyler Register, Amber Jackson, and Dr. Ian Wong out of a senior design project at Georgia Tech. Dr. Ian Wong is a critical care and pulmonology fellow at Emory. After graduation, we attended the Health Wildcatters Fall 2017 cohort, and from there we've grown our network to the individuals and entities you see represented here on the slide. I'd like to finish out our presentation just to talk a little bit about our COVID-19 response. So the situation that we're seeing is that NIV is a leading treatment for COVID-19. It's becoming increasingly popular in the United States. In parallel to this, patients are experiencing increased isolation, and telehealth within the hospital itself is becoming more prevalent. The impact to us, so we've received our PPP loan, we've paused all non-essential projects, and we're adapting to sales channel changes. Around the time we initiated our limit market releases when they stopped allowing vendors into the hospital. So to combat this, we are promoting donations of free trial kits of 1 communicator and 10 patches, and we're developing a telehealth communication accessory to allow you to hardwire the communicator directly to a tablet. Excuse me. This will allow us to connect, reduce the PPE burden hospitals are facing by reducing the number of direct interactions with the COVID positive patients. We've had 1 trial user actually place the communicator outside of the patient room, which would allow them to communicate without having to enter every time. And so that's what we're doing to respond to COVID. We're really excited by the response we've received so far. That has been Ataia Medical, and I'm excited to take your questions.
Thank you, Amy. Right on time. So Dr. Castro, Harvey.
Hey, great presentation, Amy. Thank you so much. I had a quick question. You mentioned the cost. Is that $80 or $89 per patch, or is that for 10 patches?
That's per patch.
Per patch.
Yes.
Yeah, I just looking at the price model, I was just curious if that would be a barrier to enter the market with, with some of the companies that you're trying to get.
Based on the feedback we've gotten from the clinicians we've spoken to, we don't see it as a high barrier to entry, but we know that everything's really rapidly evolving right now, and we're not unwilling to have a conversation about how to make our solution work for your specific facility.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from one of the panelists? Carrie?
This is just specific to the current situation, Amy, with COVID. Are you expecting that will be a direct-to-consumer model, or are they still going to get access to your technology when they're in the hospital setting and then they're taking it home with them as part of their telemedicine solution? And I don't know if it was true for everybody, but you broke up a little bit during that, which I thought was pretty interesting, that you said you're connecting it to a telemedicine device or a telemedicine platform. Maybe take this minute to re-explain it in case other people broke up when you said that.
Of course. So at this time, we're focusing solely on point of care. We're seeing a number of hospitals that have reached out to us saying that they're actually using telehealth, like from the nurse's station to a patient room to reduce the amount of contact.
Still in the hospital system.
Yes, it's still in the hospital.
Okay. Harshal, Dr. Broker?
What are your sales to date? What's your sales forecast? And have you thought about just getting rid of the cost to entry as far as the actual component? And the fourth question, sorry, is can you get rid of that and have it just attached to like an iPhone or something like that?
Sure. So we do not have any sales to date. We've been doing solely a donation model. Like I said, our limited market release coincided nearly exactly with the beginning of the pandemic in the United States. So we don't have sales to date. I'd be happy to send you some sales projections. We've reworked them very substantially in the past couple of weeks. For the telehealth component, it is unfortunately a little trickier than we'd wanted to just directly wire in the communicator. We've found a solution that's workable for Microsoft Surface tablets because they offer the user a little more control over their inputs and outputs. But with iDevices, there are a couple of hardware and software issues we're still working to overcome, but we're working closely with Apple on this. So we are feeling hopeful we'll come to a solution.
Okay, thank you. Tessa?
Yes, question. I saw on your data, it looks like that the mask by itself gives better results in the mask than with the communicator disabled. Why is that? Is there some sort of interference from the pads or something like that?
So we didn't dig into this too specifically. Our hypothesis is that there's a reliance on lip reading when you're wearing these masks, and the patch obscures the field of vision. It's placed as close to the mouth as you can place it on the mask. So that is our theory on why that is worse.
Okay, and is this hardwired to the communicator, or is it Bluetooth then?
It's hardwired.
It's hardwired. Are you guys looking at a Bluetooth version?
So we're looking at Bluetooth at a different point. We see these patients are already restricted in their movement by being attached to the ventilator. So we feel that the Bluetooth interface would be more valuable from the communicator to, say, the nurse's station or a phone. And it gets a lot more complicated when you introduce two Bluetooth interfaces. So we're starting there, and if it becomes possible and something that our users are asking for, we can look into reducing that wire later. But for now, we don't see that as an additional restriction.
Last question, Mr. Cope. Sorry, Tessa, one more question. Michael Cope.
Sure, yes, mine's a quick question. It's about the $89 figure. Does that include the mask, or that is, they have a mask that you attach to, and if it's separate, how much does that mask usually cost?
It is separate from the mask. The masks vary pretty wildly in price point from as low as $30 to as high as $150.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll have to stop it here and go to our next presenter. Thank you, Amy. First, let me just quickly tell our judges, thank you for participating. Harshal Broker, Harvey Castro, Michael Cope, Darshan Gandhi, Mike Harbert, Tessa Hoskin, Jan Lemeshev, Matt Lipton, Andrew Mentor, Sunny Nadolski, Liz O'Malley, and Carrie Rupp. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking 2 hours out of your day, taking notes, asking questions. Many of you are mentors in our program, investors, physicians. We very much appreciate your time. Take that score sheet, please send it to Lindsay now, as quickly as you can. while Danny is doing his presentation, Lindsay will be tabulating the scores so that we can make the announcement a little bit after 1 p.m. Everyone else who joined us this morning, you're in for a treat. This is our keynote presentation by Danny Tobey. And Lindsay will bring him up here in a second. Danny, I've known Danny for many years. When I stopped acquiring new degrees, Danny kept going. I'm an MD, he's an MD. I got an MBA. Well, he kept going. He got a JD. He started a software company and exited that. So he's an entrepreneur as well. He is an expert in artificial intelligence. He's an all-around superb person and an attorney, and now as well a best-selling author. This is the book he wrote that I got to read as soon as it came out. It's a fantastic book. It's a lot of fun to read. This is not my typical genre, by the way. It deals with I guess AR mostly and AI, and it's you can't put it down. You start reading it, and it is fascinating. Everything in here is technically feasible. I think it's just a question of computer power, 5G probably, or maybe 6G, and then it gets really dangerous. So this is a thriller. I loved reading it. Danny, the floor is yours. Again, thank you so much for making time today and joining us, and for all you do in the community. We will have a few minutes for Q&A afterwards, if you can still hang on, and please apologize, we're a little late today. It was the first time we did it, but kudos to everyone that participated. It went fantastic, so can't complain. So the floor is yours. If you've got slides, please go ahead and share the screen, and I'll mute myself. And I'm looking forward to your presentation. We have over 111 persons on right now watching you.
Thank you, Hubert. Good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here with you virtually. Wish I were with you all in person, but let me start by just thanking Hubert for having me. Hubert is an old friend, and I've known Hubert over a decade in Dallas as he has worked tirelessly and probably more than just about anybody to build a innovator and med tech, biotech innovation community in Dallas, which is a goal that's near and dear to my heart. And when I started thinking about it, Hubert was already out the door and off to the races. So to see him lead Health Wildcatters, found that, grow it, support all of these wonderful innovators at this conference, to see Hubert bring back MedVentures. I'm maybe not old, but I'm old enough to remember the 1.0 MedVentures and what a production it was to put that on. And the fact that Hubert has brought it back is a real testament to his perseverance and creativity and passion. So thank you, Hubert, for having me. And I don't do these very often on the fiction writing side, so largely doing this because Hubert asked, and someone I don't say no to. I'm thrilled to be here. You know, I thought a lot about what I wanted to talk about today, because I usually speak about AI from the perspective of a lawyer, and that's a much more boring presentation than this crowd deserves. I usually only inflict that talk on other lawyers because I know they deserve it. This crowd, I'm really honored to be in front of. You know, I got to see some of the presentations and just want to acknowledge what it takes for innovators like the people we saw today to get up in front of a crowd, virtual or otherwise, and pitch what they've been putting their heart and soul into for probably years in many cases. And it's a lot like writing a novel. You sit alone in a room and have an idea, and you pour your heart and soul into it, and then you get the honor if you're lucky enough to stand up on a stage or put a book out into the ether and have everybody on earth pick it apart. And some people are going to like it, some people are going to hate it. Everybody's going to have an opinion or two or three. They're not always even consistent opinions, but they will definitely feel free to share them. And it's an act of bravery for you guys to get up on this stage and subject yourself, open yourself to criticism and inspection. I will say this, I don't often do tributes to Matthew McConaughey, but since we're here in Texas and I do like him a lot as an actor, I learned a great life lesson from him. He used to not read his reviews, and someone asked him, how did you go from the Matthew McConaughey of old to this brilliant actor and true detective? And he said that he basically started reading the negative reviews he got and learned from them, opened himself up to that criticism. And as painful as it was, he tried to extract a truth from each of those sometimes vicious critiques, and he grew as an actor. And that is definitely something I have tried to do as a writer, and I imagine if you all have the courage to be part of a pitch day, you've made a similar decision to open yourself up to, I'll say, the wisdom of the crowd sometimes, sometimes not, and part of the trick is figuring out which advice to take and which to let roll off, but there's a kernel of truth in just about everything, and Matthew McConaughey taught me that. I don't think he was speaking to me personally, but I read it somewhere, and I think you all are getting some similarly great insights and feedback, which will only make your projects and passions stronger. So I thought it would be fun for this audience to do something a little bit different than my normal legal regulatory talk. And I'm going to share my screen. And hopefully someone will tell me if you can't see that, but I can see it. I titled this AI Fact and Fiction, and that's intentional. Obviously, when Hubert invited me, he asked me to talk a little bit about the book, and it is a work of fiction, but I spend most of my time dealing with the facts of AI, the real life efforts by a lot of people to bring AI into the healthcare space and to do it in a safe and reliable and transparent way. And I think about that a lot because, like any technology, AI has great potential to do good or harm, and probably a mix of both. And everyone at this conference has a role to play in that drama, and that's where I'm going to start, and it's also where I'm going to end. And I'll be mindful of the time because I know we got a little bit of a late start, and I also know, kind of like the Oscars, you're all probably sitting there pretending to listen and really just thinking what's going to happen after he shuts up, which I thoroughly understand and probably feel similarly. So let's do a little detour into history. The story of AI is, in a way, tied into fiction and mythology going back to the beginning of civilization. And I haven't gone quite that far back in this slide, but we will get there if you hang with me. This is just going back to the 1770s. Some of you may recognize the Mechanical Turk, which was in and of itself a lie in two respects. It wasn't Turkish. That was just a bit of Orientalism rampant at the time to help perpetuate the fraud and make it seem mysterious. It was also a lie because it wasn't mechanical, and we'll talk about that. But this may be one of the first documented instances of AI, even though it turned out to be a complete and utter hoax. But it fooled a lot of smart people. So in the 1770s, there was a Hungarian inventor named Wolfgang von Kempelen. And he came up with this mysterious device that was a robot that could play chess and beat just about anybody it played. And it was premiered to the Habsburg Archduchess Maria Theresa. This is she, and she was fooled by this device. That's Napoleon Bonaparte. He was also fooled by the Mechanical Turk. Benjamin Franklin. So the rights were eventually sold by von Kempelen to a new entrepreneur who took the Mechanical Turk to America in the 1820s. And Benjamin Franklin was very much taken in, as well as many other people in America. This individual, however, was not fooled. And some of you may recognize him. It's Edgar Allan Poe. And before he was a world-famous, best-selling mystery writer, he debunked the Mechanical Turk. And one of the things I love about this strange history is a lot of the themes and detective reasoning that would later go into much of his writing really were at play in this early expose. He published an article debunking the Mechanical Turk, and his love of automata, of machinery, diabolical inventions. You can see it in The Pit and the Pendulum, and many of his other works. So Edgar Allan Poe's discovery of the fraud of this first AI began with a question. He asked, who was Schlumberger? And Poe noticed something with his detective writer's eye that was not observed by many other people, which is there was a man named Schlumberger who followed around the Mechanical Turk and its host, and he seemed to have no apparent job except to unpack the box and set up this robot. Then he would just disappear. It was a early Superman scenario. Every time the Mechanical Turk began to play chess, Schlumberger mysteriously disappeared. And Poe noticed that. Poe also noticed that this man was about medium height and had a remarkable stoop in his shoulders. He noticed something else too. Like a lot of good magic tricks, you could look under and see the gears turning and the empty space underneath. But Poe noticed that the AI was left-handed. And that was really weird. He thought, if you were going to design a robot, why would you make it left-handed? And in his famous essay, Maslow's Chess Player, he said, the Turk plays with his left arm. A circumstance so remarkable cannot be accidental. And it turned out he was absolutely right. Of course, Schlumberger would leave the stage, sneak in through a trapdoor in the bottom. He mirrored the chess game on a board that he would put in his lap, and learned to play upside down by looking up, and there were magnetic pieces on the chessboard, so he could see what was being played in reverse, and he could then, he was a very good chess player, model it on his board and make the automaton move the pieces accordingly. And the reason it was left-handed was, of course, because he had to fit into this contraption, and the most comfortable way for him to move the mirror image was for it to be reversed from his position. So Poe deduced there was a man within, and of course he was right. But the proposition of AI being a lie did not stop with the Mechanical Turk, and even 200 and some odd years later, AI is still at heart defined by a lie. Some of you may recognize this individual. Dr. Turing was recently made famous again in a very good movie about his life. He invented the Turing test. And his conception of artificial intelligence was AI will be achieved when a machine is capable of carrying on a conversation with a human, and the human won't be able to tell which conversant is a human and which one is a computer. So you set up this test where you have a human evaluator, and you have a couple screens. One is an actual human, maybe more, and one is a computer. And the question is, can it fool enough of the human judges enough of the time to be declared intelligent? It's a very clever test. Of course, Descartes thought about this same problem a long time ago and came up with the philosophical proposition, I think, therefore I am. I suspect he might be disturbed by the Turing test, which essentially adjusts the proposition to I deceive, therefore I am, rather than embracing a fulsome definition of thought or creativity or intelligence. We've adopted a test that basically says something is sufficiently thoughtful if it can trick us into believing it's thoughtful. Maybe that would be a less irksome definition if we didn't know what had happened in the years since Dr. Turing, where bots on the internet, the propagation of fake news, frauds involving chatbots that can impersonate people and scam people on the internet at scale. Frauds no longer need one con person for one pigeon or dupe. Now someone very clever can have bots doing 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 frauds simultaneously. And that deception has led a lot of people to talk about the value of transparency in artificial intelligence and how that has become and is becoming a core virtue. We want our artificial intelligence to reveal itself to be non-human. We want it to be explainable and clear about why it makes the choices it makes and what it's doing. And that is in tension with this interesting lineage from the Mechanical Turk through Edward Turing of deception being hardwired, if you will, into the creation of AI. If not the Turing test, then what? And it's not accidental that I picked a picture for this of a definition of the word definition. We'll enjoy chatting about mirrors and mirrors on mirrors as we go. Oh, thank you. Someone just reminded me it was Alan Turing, not Edward Turing, which is the danger of speaking live. So thank you for that. The idea of identity and self and how that relates to mirrors on mirrors is something that plays a fun role in the God game, and we'll talk about that a little later. But what is a useful definition of artificial intelligence? And the question actually matters because when you want to regulate something, the first thing that you have to do is figure out what its boundaries are. How do you know what the thing is that's subject to regulation? There's the famous story of the Supreme Court saying that it needed to regulate pornography, and they couldn't quite figure out the definition of it. And that led to the famous, well, I know it when I see it. It also led to the practice of screening films at the Supreme Court to decide whether they were or were not pornographic as opposed to artistic or otherwise. Definitions are very hard and go to the core of law and what is or is not subject to regulation and what might be protected from regulation by rights such as the First Amendment or free expression. But artificial intelligence is notoriously hard to define because intelligence is notoriously hard to define. The original definition of AI from John McCarthy, who was another early innovator, said it was getting a computer to do things which, when done by people, are said to involve intelligence. A handy but circular definition. also somewhat of an obsolete definition. We've seen a real transition in AI from thinking of it in terms of approximating human intelligence, so expert systems and things that tried to do what humans used to do, but faster and more reliably, to now new methodologies that see things in ways that make absolutely no sense to people, but can sometimes, and in fact often, accomplish the same goal much better. There was a classic example from Carnegie Mellon where they taught an AI to play Pac-Man, and it rapidly became better than the best player on earth at playing Pac-Man. And then they asked the AI through coding to explain back how it was making the choices it was making. And what it showed was a series of dots on a screen that had nothing to do with ghosts, nothing to do with mazes, nothing to do with any of the concepts that made the game coherent to us. The computer taught itself to play Pac-Man using a set of visual cues bearing no resemblance to what we think of as the elements of the game. So if you can't have a technical definition, you might have a philosophical one. I take this as a humorous example from the Stanford Encyclopedia. AI is the field devoted to building artificial animals, or at least artificial creatures, that in suitable contexts appear to be animals, and for many, artificial persons, or at least artificial creatures that in suitable contexts appear to be persons. I'm not even sure that's a complete sentence, but it shows you some of the challenges different disciplines have. So of course, bring in the lawyers. This is a recent definition that is essentially a hodgepodge of all of the above packed in, and still is a unwieldy definition to deal with. So how are we supposed to define artificial intelligence when we really don't even have a coherent theory of what intelligence is? And this slide shows that epistemology and the study of knowledge has gone back to ancient culture, and we're still hosting symposia. As recently as March 26, 2020, this was supposed to happen, but unfortunately got canceled, debating theories of knowledge and creativity. And this has practical implications, lest you think that I'm just going off on tangents. This was a recent case that came to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. This is the famous monkey selfie. And a photographer went to Indonesia and either handed his camera or his camera was snatched by this adorable 7-year-old monkey named Naruto, who took a series of incredibly charming selfies. And the question was, so the photographer went on to publish these selfies, and PETA, the animal rights organization, sued and said that they had violated the monkey's copyright interest, which if a person had taken the picture, that copyright interest would have been instantaneous the second they pushed click on the camera. So stranger than fiction, this became a case that went all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Naruto, a crested, I wouldn't even pronounce that, macaque, I think, but someone will certainly chat me and tell me I did it wrong, and by and through his next friends, the people for the ethical treatment of animals, and they sued the photographer. And this is an actual line from the Ninth Circuit's Court of Opinion. They said that our court's precedent requires us to conclude that the monkey's claim has standing under Article 3 of the United States Constitution. So what that means in plain English is the monkey had legal capacity, standing, authority to bring a lawsuit under the Constitution through the humans that did it on his behalf. Nonetheless, we conclude that the monkey lacked statutory standing under the Copyright Act, and indeed all animals did. And the reason was important, and so I highlighted it, because they are not human. Well, of course, that leads us to all non-human thinkers and creators. What's interesting about that, the Copyright Act speaks of human inventors as humans, but statutes that don't, we can wonder what Article 3 standing looks like for an AI, perhaps through a next friend. And what does that mean then when there isn't a lack of statutory standing? So I'll do a personal detour now to do just a mini book talk. So what is the God Game about? It's my dystopian fiction into all these things that we've been talking about. What is AI? What is the self? But done hopefully in the vehicle of a very fun and not too burdensome thriller. And so it takes place in a high school tech lab, much like the tech lab that I spent most of my time in as a public school kid in Fort Worth, Texas, where my best friends were. And we spent a lot of time, too much time, out of the sun, down in the tech lab, playing with technology, experimenting with new devices and computer systems. And this group of friends in the God Game are doing the same thing, and stumble upon an underground video game called the God Game, which is an invitation-only game. It is found on the dark web. It is surrounded by a lot of information and lore. Most of it, they conclude pretty readily, can't be true. The proposition, the promise of the game is, if you win in the virtual game, good things will happen to you in real life. But if you do bad or poorly in the game, bad things will happen to you in real life. And ultimately, if you die in the game says, or the mystery around it claims that you'll die in real life. And of course, they reject that as just kind of fun urban legend and jump into the game wholeheartedly. And as you can imagine, because it follows the arc of most thrillers, things get worse before they get better. And in this particular book, they don't get all that much better. It sort of follows, if there are Kurt Vonnegut fans out there, it follows one of his arcs, which doesn't have much of an uptick at the end. So the book has come out in a few different formats. On the left is the UK format. There's a German edition coming out soon. I love this cover. I love book covers in general from different countries, because each country gets to show you their cultural interpretation of the book and the tone and what they think will appeal to their readers. And that's, as an author, a really interesting thing to see. Some new editions will be coming out soon. I haven't seen covers yet, but different languages, and eager to see their view. I point this out, the British publisher is Golan's, which was a bit of a dream come true, because they're I'll say the oldest. I don't know if that's strictly true, but one of the oldest, I think the oldest, but certainly a really beloved science fiction imprint. And with complete humility and total disclaimer that I am in no way putting myself, I was going to say in the same page. I am putting myself on the same page, but that's the extent of it, an accidental copy and paste. These are my idols and my heroes, and to be in the same imprint is a dream come true, and not merited, but very, very cool. But why did I select these three besides loving them? I think they each have something very interesting to say about why artificial intelligence is such an enduring, interesting topic. Of course, Arthur C. Clarke talked about the origins of intelligence in 2001 and the future of intelligence. You know, for those of you who have seen the Stanley Kubrick film, one of the most famous shots is the monkeys throwing the bone into the air after the monolith has taught them, has evolved them to the point of using tools. And then there's a cut immediately from the bone in the air to a space shuttle. And that was Stanley Kubrick's famous shot of jumping ahead in evolution from monkey to modern human scientist, who has now created his own or her own intelligence, which of course nearly kills him. But the monolith represents in the book where we come from and where our intelligence and creativity and evolution comes from. And it was a metaphor for that. But AI taps into that deep desire to understand our own ability to think and our own souls and where those might come from. And of course, then mirrored back at us through HAL and our attempt to create something like ourselves. Why Isaac Asimov? What he represents to me, and I think different people would pick lots of different things, but to me, he taps into this idea of coexistence that is a eternal human dilemma. How do we get along with the other, which is defined as our neighbors or people outside our family or other nations or other religions? I mean, it's the eternal dilemma of humanity. And he captured that in the creation of robots that, for all intents and purposes, began to be just like us. And how do you get along? And he, of course, came up with the 3 laws of robotics. There were others added. They have been debated to death because they don't work. And that's not any knock on Isaac Asimov. A lot of his great works were pointing out the loopholes and the flaws in that and how it's incredibly difficult to regulate the coexistence between organic intelligence and inorganic intelligence, as if there were, a difference between the two. He was, to me, paradigmatic of dealing with that. And from science fiction to reality, the UN, the United States, many companies, many organizations are working right now on the earliest versions of this. I worked with the American Medical Association last year in my nonfiction hat as a lawyer to help come up with rules of distributing liability between autonomous AI systems, semi-autonomous AI systems, and human healthcare providers. So these are no longer theoretical issues. And why Mary Shelley? Well, because Mary Shelley taps into the real ultimate heart of it, which is self-destruction. Some people have characterized Frankenstein as one of the great feminist novels because Dr. Frankenstein was attempting to recreate birth and creation as a man, and of course created something that killed his own wife, and then he died in the pursuit of revenge against it. So she called it, the full title was Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus. So just to give a sense of how far back these fears and concerns go, this is an unmodern Prometheus. This was Prometheus from Greek mythology. He was, from mythology. He created humans from clay, very similar to the Golem mythology that came later. He stole fire. He was a Titan. He stole fire from the gods, the Olympian gods, and gave it to humans. And his punishment was eternal. Zeus condemned him to eternal torture, where an eagle, which was Zeus's animal, would pick at his liver every day, and then he would be reset overnight and then have to endure that same torment the next day. Of course, in some versions, he was later rescued, so there was a happy ending. of course, the Prometheus legend comes up again and again, from Mary Shelley on to even recently Ridley Scott, another big fan of AI in science fiction. In Prometheus, he asked a very tantalizing and interesting question. Not to spoil anything for those of you who haven't seen it, but there is an AI robot in that movie who is so underwhelmed in getting to meet his creators, which was humans, that he tries to jump up the chain and go meet humanity's creators, which were these aliens. It's an interesting meeting that they have. You can watch it and see what happens. But what I loved about Ridley Scott's Prometheus is this idea of the creation trying to skip over its creator to the next level up the chain. That's something I'm sure it's been done before, but I hadn't seen it and thought it was very neat. And of course, humanity just can't help itself. Another mythology, but the flight of Icarus, and the idea of trying to fly too close to the sun and running into peril and disaster. So people ask me all the time on the fact side of this, how fast are these changes coming? And the real answer is nobody knows. And I like to use this as a great case study of the humility that is warranted when it comes to predicting technological advance. In 2015, Oxford University surveyed the 350 of the leading AI experts and took averages of their guesses of when certain milestones would be hit. Full automation of labor, they thought that would happen in 120 some odd years from now. High level machine intelligence, so being able to do all human tasks, they saw that in nearly 50 years. Replacing surgery between 25 and 50 years, and so on. Bad news for me, they saw writing a New York Times bestseller just 25 years away. Hopefully I'll still be trying to do it at that stage before I get replaced. But the punchline of this, of course, is they predicted that AI would win the Chinese game of Go in 2027. And it happened a few months later in 2016 after that survey. Google had a Go engine that beat the world champion in a 4-to-1 series. And it's really interesting to read the former world champions or current human world champions description of it. He said it was only 4-to-1 because Go made it, the AI made a stupid mistake in the fifth game. He said it should have won the way it was playing, how well it was playing. And he said he actually was going to retire from the game of Go because what was the point if he could no longer be the best? So the question that novelists like to pose and regulators deal with is, which is it going to be? Creation, coexistence, or self-destruction? So are we really going to create the types of general intelligence that science fiction dreams of? Are we really going to reveal things about the origin of thought and creativity? Will neural networks really at some point sync up to our own in ways that reveal something about our existence? If we do get to that point, is it going to be coexistence? Is it going to be Skynet? Are we going to end up like Frankenstein, chasing after and destroyed by our own monster? And I tend to be an optimist. I let the fiction be the outlet for the creative concern. But as a lawyer working with a lot of companies and a lot of agencies, AI can and is going very right. And I'm sure you all have lots of examples. This is just one from not too long ago. But they took raw electronic health record data from 3 different institutions that were using different EHRs. There was no cleaning, there was no consilience of the data, no attempts to come up with a common language. They just poured everything in from 3 incompatible EHR systems. It was 46 trillion data points, if I'm looking at my commas right, on the fly. And what they found was the AI outperformed all the existing models that were in clinical use at the time for lots of different endpoints. And so they used area under the receiver operating characteristic curve as a measure of accuracy across both sensitivity and specificity. And this prototype AI achieved a 0.9 AROC even for predicting a patient's final discharge diagnoses, just based on initial data that it was allowed to sift through. So there's a lot, and there are many examples of this, of AI complementing what doctors do. And of course, when I mention my work with the AMA, they like to call AI augmented intelligence instead of artificial intelligence. And that's a lot of what they're thinking about right now, is what are machines good at, and how can they supplement and complement human endeavor in medicine, as opposed to replace or substitute, and what is the balance of responsibility when that happens. But AI cannot just go very right, it can go very wrong, and not just in science fiction, but in real life. And a sort of amazing recent example of that was Microsoft chatbot, Tay, T-A-Y, and if you Google it, you can see some of the things it spouted, but the idea was that it would be a fun, playful chatbot that would learn to converse through dialogue online, and it got trolled so savagely by the internet community that within about 24, 48 hours, it was spouting racist Nazi propaganda that had just been ingested and churned and spat back out as part of the algorithm. And so was very quickly taken down. AI cannot even go, not just can it go wrong, it can even go insane. And I say that only partly tongue-in-cheek. MIT did this experiment, and they named the AI Norman after Norman Bates. They were literally testing the premise, could you drive an AI insane? And the way they did that was they trained 2 AIs on image recognition and using words to describe an image. And they used ink blots. One was trained on standard image recognition data sets, and Norman was trained on a very obscure strand of Reddit that was fascinated with dark subject matter, murders, and other things. And so these are just a couple examples, and some of them are funny, some of them are chilling, but the first ink blot, the standard AI saw a group of birds sitting on top of a tree branch. And on the left-hand side, Norman saw a man is electrocuted and catches to death. And on the second one, the standard ink blot saw a close-up of a vase with flowers, while Norman saw a man is shot dead. So, you know, humorous, frightening, a little bit dark humor, but interesting. But it reflects a bigger issue, which is, what if Norman were in charge of the air traffic controller system? What if the communication between all our autonomous vehicles in the future that learn to sense and interact with each other has not necessarily a full-on schizophrenic, delusional Norman Bates, bias, but even subtle biases. And I think the point that this leads to is, again, this concept of Poe was right. There's always a human within the AI. We train AI, we design it based on data that reflects our own biases. And design matters. This is Joy Buolamwini, who founded the Algorithmic Justice League. And this is a very practical, real-world example of the Norman Bates example, the AI gone insane example. She was working on image recognition and facial recognition and discovered that the code that she was working on could detect her face when she wore that featureless white mask, but it couldn't when she showed it her own face. And the reason was the code had been trained on databases that were predominantly Caucasian faces. So there was bias implicitly in the training data, which was garbage in, garbage out. When you think about those code sets then powering, for example, the sensors in an autonomous vehicle that have to detect human pedestrians, or detecting a melanoma on skin, or whether a lesion is benign or malignant. What you put in affects what you're going to get out. And these are not hypothetical concerns. There is legislation being considered in Congress right now that would authorize the Federal Trade Commission to audit companies to make sure that these kinds of bias and garbage in, garbage out are not getting into AI systems in ways that could harm people. And I won't read through all of this, but here's where I get to what I was talking about the importance of this audience, because this is an audience of innovators. And this is a design question in large part. Design matters. You can come up with AI that doesn't work because you have missing data. You can also come up with AI that doesn't work because you have complete data that is slanted and it reflects historical patterns of discrimination. A really fascinating example was an algorithm that was supposed to detect patients who would be most at risk of adverse events from a treatment, and it would keep them in the hospital longer. What happened was it ended up predicting that low-income patients, minority patients, were less at risk and was suggesting less observation of them. Of course, the reason was the data was biased, and those were exactly the patients who didn't have access to care, or as good access to care, so they were readmitted less. So it wasn't that they didn't need the follow-up care or didn't have adverse outcomes, it was that they weren't being captured in the data. So even complete data that has historically skewed patterns can produce skewed outcomes. And there's many other sources that I talk to people about when they're designing these systems, so that we can issue spot, what are some of the unintended implicit consequences of a particular design, and what are the safeguards we can put on them. So you have a role to play, and this is where I want to end. Writers imagine. We're not good for much more than that. We can imagine all the worst case scenarios, and sometimes those can be helpful in coding against future outcomes. Lawyers regulate. That can be helpful too, but regulation is always playing catch up. The law lags science, and it should be that way, because law that gets ahead of science that doesn't know what it's talking about and can miss the mark as much as it can help. We do our best, but we also don't want to stifle the good. But innovators, the people in this audience, design, and that is a critical piece of the puzzle that is probably more important than these other two together. I pulled a quote that I love. This PhD candidate came up with a really cool AI app that allowed people to recognize faces that were partially obscured. And his idea was he wanted to catch bank robbers. He wanted to help law enforcement. And someone asked him, well, that's all well and good, but what if a dictator uses it to recognize people protesting for democracy who are wearing masks because they would otherwise be jailed and tortured? And he said, I actually don't have a good answer for how that can be stopped. It should only be used for people who want to use it for good stuff. The problem is every technology can be put towards good or ill. It's very hard to create something that is only going to get to people who want to use it for good stuff. But you as the innovator can make choices about what you design, how you design it, and you can think, what are some of the unintended consequences and how might I account for them and safeguard against them? So you have a really important role to play. And so as the author, I want to leave you with this idea that we are all writing this story together. I am an optimist. I think technology will do much more good than harm. And one of the great things is we all have a contribution to make in defining that future. So with that, I'll stop and apologize for any mistakes I made speaking on the fly, and thank you for your attention and for giving me a chance to talk with you a little bit today. And best of luck to all the presenters, wishing you success, not just with today's pitch session, but in carrying this idea and all your ideas to market to help people. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Danny. And again, I don't know, have you had a chance to join the LinkedIn group yet?
I don't know, what is the LinkedIn group?
Okay, well, Lindsay will send you the link. We stood up a LinkedIn group for the MedVentures conference in lieu of the networking that would usually take place.
Got it.
This is she'll send you the link. We have just under 100 people that have joined the LinkedIn group. And so this is a way for you to be in a group with other people that experience the same conference, and as if we were in person, can exchange thoughts, an ability for them to contact you, and also to network in a virtual way. So thank you again for this keynote. We have not figured out the virtual applause. We'll get better. I think my kids have like a clapping machine. I should have brought that. So thundering applause. This was absolutely fun, energizing, well done. Thank you so much. Truly inspiring, as was the book for me to read. Was so much fun, and appreciate again the kind words and encouragement to all of our entrepreneurs. So we're gonna kick it over now to Bobby Guy. And Bobby, before we do that, I'm gonna share my screen here. If only I knew which one it was. Okay. Let's see if I share the right one. Yes. And before you come on, first of all, thank you to all of our judges. We've received your input. We couldn't have done this without you. Again, we love to do this in person. And as some of you might know, we traditionally have involved the whole audience in the evaluation. This year, we just cut ourselves a little bit of slack because we want to make sure we can get this accurately and quickly down. And so our judges have done their evaluations, and we have a final result. So thank you again to all of our judges. Thank you to all of the presenting companies. I've said this many times. I say it every single time. To me, with regards to the startups, the prize is to be in front of this audience today, to have participated in this. As you know, our competition has prizes, but most of them won't make you rich. They're a nice little acknowledgement for those companies who were chosen by the judges to be in the top 4, but they're not going to make you or break you. So the prize really was the ability to present today. As I've said recently in my podcast, even in the worst case, if you think you fumbled it, and nobody here fumbled it, these were all excellent presentations. Even if you did, you will have learned from it. So as an entrepreneur, it goes only uphill from there. Nobody fell into that category. Everyone did a great presentation, and the only way to win is to play, and you did. And the biggest prize was to be in front of this audience today that doesn't just hail from the Health Wildcatters and MedVentures network, but also from the Healthcare Dealmakers network, which is a tremendous network altogether. And then last but not least, before I kick it over to Bobby, thank you to all the sponsors of Health Wildcatters. And as you can see in the left upper corner, Polsinelli, the principal sponsor of the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference, the trusted and loyal supporter of the Health Innovation Pitch Competition. And now handing it over to Bobby Guy, shareholder and healthcare attorney, to announce our winner. So whenever you say, I will go to the next slide. And Bobby, I will tell the audience what it is they won. And so you don't have to know all the details. So if you're ready to make the announcement on the fourth place winner, then
so usually, Hubert, you and I do this together, standing with drinks in our hand at a cocktail party at the end of the event, as it all happens. And so this is interesting. I wish I could say I had a drink in my hand. Really, I just have sparkling water. So here we go. Right on. Okay.
This is usual. So.
Right. So we'll do this in tandem and we'll announce. And I'll tell you, congratulations to all the presenters. It was a great. It all did a great job. And I would love, as the host of the 10-Minute Health Bizcast, to have several of the companies on the 10-Minute Health Bizcast to talk to you about what you're developing and the inefficiencies that you're fixing, because that's what we're focused on. And I thought that the presentations were excellent. So now to the winners. For fourth place, Bexson Biomedical with Greg Peterson.
Okay, congratulations, a virtual applause. You win in-kind prizes just under $2,000. So thank you, Bexson. Bexson joined us from, I had this written down, from California. So Greg Peterson, yes.
Greg, thank you for the presentation. Third place is CathBuddy, Suvek Patel.
All right, and congratulations, Suvik. Suvik, I know had to jump off, but you also are winning a couple of prizes, in-kind prizes. Amongst those, also a round-trip flight with American Airlines.
Soon. Is that a real prize? No. Okay. Right. Yeah, we're gonna put you on the United flight that was full last week. That same flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, you want to hang out with him at the bar? You just these virtual figures. Okay, hold it together. Just two more announcements, Bobby. Okay.
That
you
was
want
great.
Attorneys like this to be your attorneys. You always have fun. Okay, so second prize, we will make it through this. It's not a virtual flight. This is a real flight. And
Is that a real prize? Is it a round trip on American? Is that really a real prize? Go on. All right. Not the United flight. All right, not the United flight that was full. Real American Airlines round trip. Okay, good deal. Second place is Starling Medical with Alex Arevalos.
Alex, Starling wins prizes in kind in or just around $6,000 value, including a real American Airlines round-trip flight as well. And now the virtual drum roll, or I can make the real drum roll here.
That's a real drum roll. Yeah, it's very good. All right, it's Ataia Medical with Amy Forch, first place.
Okay, and Ataia wins the cash prize, which is $5,000. Then also the in-kind prize from Polsinelli, which is in-kind legal services. And another real American Airlines round-trip flight, courtesy of American Airlines. And this would be a completely normal conversation if Bobby wouldn't break up every time when I say a flight was a prize. Bobby, we shall have this cocktail on a real beach one of these days, and since we don't have it in Nashville or in Dallas, we will have to fly somewhere. So you too will fly again. So as entrepreneurs, always be optimistic. Thank you, Bobby, for for this announcement help. We are adjourning now. We are a few minutes late, but I hope everyone had a good time. Join the LinkedIn group to continue networking. Again, thank you to you, Bobby, also to John Henderson, who was the founder of this conference and is a superb supporter of health innovation together with Polsinelli and Bobby. And I will stay on because I think if we shut the conference down, then you can't read any other comments anymore. But we are adjourned, and I wish you a great day, and we shall fly again on American and other airlines.
So just a couple closing comments, Hubert. Yes, a couple closing comments. First, I do look forward to the day when we will all get to fly again and when those will be valuable gifts. Second, for tomorrow, the Healthcare Dealmakers Conference tomorrow will run from 10 to 2 Central Time on a different platform. You should have your login information for that probably by now. If you don't, reach out to Meg Victor at Polsinelli. It's mvictor, VICTOR, at polsinelli.com. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Cheers.